Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I'm going to get a quick couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and you can see my screen, please. Excellent. Okay. So, yeah, I hear you, William. Not that many. I have here my gap ups and my gap downs. Not a lot of each, really. Sometimes one of these is usually full. But not that many gap ups and gap downs this morning. The one we might want to take a look at, though, is this GOEV. I think this is his first earnings release. And this is now an all-time low. And it is sinking fast here, down 18%. Lots of volume. So we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. See if it's if it can. Let's see, what is it right down here? 932. Sorry, 968 is the low. So it's right at its all-time low. So we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. Now, maybe some news for Bitcoin. I see Bitcoin is up a little bit. I think I read that Visa is now accepting crypto payments, so that might put a bit of a shot in the arm for, for Bitcoin. Just take a look at Mara and Riot. They're probably up a little bit. Yeah, Mara and Riot. But you know, they're so hard to intraday trade, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm sure they didn't. I'm sure they didn't report anything. But it'll be interesting anyway once this market opens up. What do they do? Modular or electric? Okay, so it's an EV play. Okay. All right, other things happening. So CSCW, their little press release this morning. They're joining the NFT craze. So this is not an IPO. This is just a symbol name change way back here. This looks like an IPO, of course, but it is not. So now, I mean, it looks like it's an all-time high, but that is their news. And what happened 4 days ago, 218 was the high, so it's a little bit above that high. So they basically released something. All I saw was NFT, so that's all I care about. VTSI is an earnings play. VTSI is an earnings play. And it gapped up and it is not really holding. This is one that came on RealScan. This was not shortable for me. I looked at this one. Man, that would have been awesome short right up here. But it was not shortable for me. We'll wait and see what happens once this market opens. Again, it looks like this is an all-time high. I don't know if this is truly... Let me back this out in the monthly chart. I don't know if this is really an IPO here or again another one of those symbol name changes. MNPR. This gapped up and another one, you know, look at this, got all the way up to 923 and here's another one, almost like the VTSI. At least it's basing a little bit now. It's a low float situation. And okay, antibody fragment shows potential for PET imaging. So there was some news for it, MNPR. WVE getting slapped this morning. WVE discontinuing a couple of their studies, failed studies, and they're discontinuing. So this is now an all-time low for WVE. ASO could be interesting. Let's see, is it holding its gap? Not really. Got up to 27. Well, it's not terrible. It's only down $1. It's an earnings play. ASO is an earnings play. This might be, I'm sure this is its first earnings release. Looks like this was an IPO back here. ABCL. Okay, it is an earnings play also. I should have had that down as an E. It is an E-gap, yes. I call it an earnings gap. So ABCL, Canadian company. Where are you out of? Hometown Vancouver. Okay, so ABCL is an earnings play and it's holding. Released earnings after hours. There's that mauve area right here and it's holding. This is the pre-market right here. So this could be interesting. I mean, it's got a big void fill. So we'll have to see what happens again once the market opens. And BIOC is an earnings play. I was actually looking at for this one to short if it took out 6. It didn't though. It was holding 6. I was watching this one and up to 656, and now there was a good short. I just couldn't pay attention to it at that time. And Seal is up. This is actually one that I did take a little short on this morning. This is from Real Scan. No, it's not doing too badly. Where did I get in at? 474. Yeah, so I shorted at 474, and it's starting to move down somewhat. All right, 9/11. Let me just take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, just like yesterday, we have quite a few more upgrades and downgrades. Not too many downgrades at all. Let me get some of them in. A little upgrade for Roku. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. I'm sorry, downgrades coming, not too many of them. There was the upgrades I just put in. And one more to go. So those are the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Let me just see if I can... Anything from Goldman this morning? Not that I can see. And I don't see any multiple downgrades. I think, didn't CCL? Oh, let's see CCL here. Yeah, CCL actually is an earnings play, actually not doing anything. CCL, earnings play, not doing a thing right now anyway. It's an offering. I think Zach said it was an offering, SOS. Yeah, it's right there. All you have to do is check our news. Even our news has it. Okay, John? They've announced the pricing of the 125 million. That's a big offering for that stock. Probably $5. Yeah, $5. There's your news. Joseph, you can't. Okay. This is only available to me. The question was, how can I make the ticker more visible on a chart? This is something that the developers have given to me, so that it makes it easier, of course, when I'm displaying my screen to everybody, but you do not have that option. If you want that option coming from you and our customers, info at... I'm going to give you the email. You can say, hey, I'd like to have that option. Okay. Yeah, SOS, my goodness, and it was shortable for me also. I didn't see this on the... Yeah, there it is. There it is right there, SOS. Give me a moment, please. I just have to make an adjustment. One of my scans, one of my other monitors. So, this has been sort of a common phrase for me now. I don't have a lot of stocks in my watch list again. So I have no idea how many we're going to get today. I saw VIPS, but look what happened. Look what happened to it. Now I don't know if that's real or not. But it was down here for quite a while. I saw VIPS, it was gapping up, and then all of a sudden this huge red bar. I don't know if you could have got it up here. I don't know how quickly that moved right back up. Though I don't think it was that quick because, it's not like a huge bottoming tail. So anyway, on the 5-minute chart it is though. I did see DISCA, DIS, of course this is, VIPS, IQ, DISCA, Viacom, all gotten thumped because of that hedge fund imploding. But some of them are starting to come back a little bit here. How's IQ doing? Yeah, IQ, the same thing. I don't know if I can trust it though. TME, that is another one. Now they announced a $1 billion share buyback program yesterday. And it looked pretty good at the beginning, but then, look at this. The market up. So this is pre-market yesterday. So this is pre-market yesterday for TME. But the market opened and it just, sank. It did rally a little bit, but it's going to be really whippy. Yeah, so if you want minus, just use minus, okay? If you want, that's my recommendation. Just use minus. What that's telling you is that you're willing to go, let's say you get an alert at $10. More than likely, even if you're auto trading, you cannot get a fill right at $10. So how far outside are you willing to go? So if you're willing to go, say 10 cents, put minus 10, okay? That is typical. I don't know anybody, to be honest, I don't know a use for the plus. We're just seeing it used as a minus, so. That's typically why people use the limit offset. If they want to get a fill, you'll never get it right at the price. Never. I shouldn't say never. I suppose if you wait it out, but if you're trying to get an instant fill, you're going to have to use a limit offset and have some kind of a negative number there. Okay, guys, the seal for me is working slowly but surely. I'm in at 474. I'm sorry, right up here on the short. ASO is starting to cascade downwards here. ASO, it's an earnings play. Probably its first earnings play or first earnings release. Maybe not. It's been 6 months now. Maybe not. Maybe this is the second one. It's funny you mentioned SEAC. Remember we were watching that one yesterday for this big break too, and look what happened at the end. And man, it did ever rip. But now it's an offering. So. Never tried it, Joseph. You can try it. I've never tried that. I don't know, like, what are you trying to accomplish by doing that, though? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, I always have a stop. Of course I have a stop. I'm just waiting on it right now. I mean, there's no reason for me to get out yet. I'm in it for what, 474? What did I say? Yeah, 474. I mean, it's nothing fantastic. 474 down to 458. I just have to be, I have to keep watching it. 455, 458 on the bid ask. If it got back up to this level here, probably in the 460, I would take some out and then see what happens once the market opens. What made me short seal? It came on real scan. I'm not muted. I am not muted, so of course you can't hear me say that. Actually, let's make sure you guys can hear me, right? I want to make sure that I'm looking at my mic. It is on. Everything is on. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if that would help, Joseph. I mean, you can always try. I've never even thought about doing it like that. I mean, you can just look here. I mean, right now, I know the yields are up, so the techs are down, and we'll have to see what happens with the Dow. SPY is, I think it's negative right now, isn't it? Yeah, so SPY is negative right now. All right, this MBRX could be a little interesting. It's looking right here. And the only problem is that 200-day is relatively close, sitting up at 518. I mean, it has some room. MBRX receives a FDA approval of fast, so it's one of these fast track designations. Yeah, I can't speak to that one, Buddhist. I don't use daytraders, so this is the scan. This is a Reels platform. This is a Real Scan. Well, I use IB, Interactive Brokers. I just don't use DAS with it. I use Interactive Brokers. All right, TME. Now, what was the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 22.16. I mean, I guess if it can gain some traction today, take out that high. I mean, it's a tremendous void, of course. Well, I don't know if it's going to be as choppy as it. I mean, it's a financing. So the financing was done at what, $2 probably, $1.85 a share. So I mean, it's right at the financing price. So no idea if it'll be as choppy as yesterday. I don't think it was that choppy, really. I mean, after here, I mean, it just based for a long time, and then, man, it just popped. And these people here had no idea they were going to launch a financing on them. I guarantee. Otherwise they would have exited. Yeah, the GOEV is probably, I mean, it's at its all-time low right now. All-time low right now, 968 on that daily chart. So it's at 950 right now. It's an earnings play. All right, guys, I'm going to minimize these two windows. And if you want to follow my watch list up and down, from our toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then, where am I? There I am, Barry's watch list right up here. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, before you click on anything within the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. We will get some action probably right on the market open in this window here at 9:30. It's up to you if you want to take it early. I like to wait about 15 minutes, but you know, you'll get some alerts in here right off the bat. And as always, I'll be following my my strong options play window, or I should call it abnormal option activity window. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Minute and a half to the market open. So I see Jinko Solar on the move here, JKS on the move. I do see, so some of these beaten up stocks from that fund are starting to come back a little bit here. Again, I'd have to wait for the market to open to see if this is real. We saw this yesterday, you know, we saw them gapping, they're trying to move up, but then they did fall right back down. But I do see TME is trying to move up. And in fact, TME is still 75 cents away from the high of yesterday. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Remember, this week is a abbreviated week. There is the markets are closed. U.S. markets are closed anyway in Canada also on Friday for Good Friday. And we are now open. Okay, let's see what's happening now. We've got, look at the gap up in reverse, VTSI. VTSI, this was not shortable for me. Man, VTSI is now gapping down. So if you have shorts for this one, underneath that whole number, 7. This is another one that was really moving in the pre-market, but I watched this happen. This is SRAX, and now it is moving. This is actually shortable for me. I noticed that one also. SRAX, I don't know if there's any specific news. Company reported, okay, so it actually is an earnings play, released after hours yesterday, SRAX. Yeah, if I'm usually legal, I mean, I'm if I can pay enough attention, yeah, I understand that. I mean, I'm tugged in many directions, but my primary goal would be to short tops more than shorting weakness. But that's just me. That was GOEV on the open. All right, guys, GOEV continuing down now. GOEV continuing down. No, shorting tops. I don't mean the symbol tops. I'm talking about stocks that, look like they're having a parabolic move and trying to short the top. If I can pay enough attention. Usually that'll happen later on in the day. I'm too busy during, at the beginning of the day to really concentrate on stuff like that. So look how whippy this is. Look at VTSI, guys. Look at the 2-minute. Look at the topping tail, 763, all the way down to 7. That's $1. That's why, trading in the first minute. Look at Seal, though. Seal is turning out to be a nice little steady short for me right now. I made a short of this pre-market at 74, 474. This is a gap down and go. This is a gap down and go for GOEV. Gap down and kept going down so far. Well, okay, Jay, I can't know. How can I know that you're kidding? I have to take everything I see that's posted, unless it's super obvious, as something that is, a real question. Okay, I mentioned IQ in the pre-market. IQ, there's X, also old school X. Again, kind of a choppy day though. Look at yesterday. I mean, X looked like it was just ripping. Look at this at the market open, and then it just, I don't want to say sank, but it just did not hold. But it looks like it's trying to do almost the same thing today. Here's another one I saw in the pre-market. This BBIG extending, slumping 19%, extending the period to close their merger with Zash, Z-A-S-H. I don't know them at all. So this is the weakness for BBIG. It's not shortable for me anyway. When I say that, I'm talking about Interactive Brokers. Of course, your broker may have shorts. Okay, ABCL earnings play. What's a spread like? Yeah, it's not a good spread. This is something that, you know, looks like it's getting pretty toppy, but it's not a great spread. About a 20 to 30 cent spread at times. Right now, it's a 40-cent spread. I mean, it's tough to commit, you know, to a short on this. Right now, it's a 50-cent spread. Yeah, another one not shortable for me. I shouldn't say hate. I have a strong dislike for news, JNUS. Yeah, VTSI was halted on the way up. Okay, on the way up. Look how whippy this was. All the way down to 650, right up, back up to 777. GOEV continues down. You know, all-time low now. Yeah, look at that MBRX. There's a gap up, and then it just reversed MBRX. Saw this one in the pre-market also, this SSNT. That also came on real scan. It just was not, well, at least when I first saw it, it was not shortable. It's shortable now. You know, I mean, look at this. I mean, it gapped up to what, 930. Now it's gone actually negative. I'm not sure. Yeah, this was a letter of intent to acquire a company, Human Capital Management. That seems pretty... Human capital, okay. All right, GOEV continues down here. Nothing holding it, of course, all-time low. Whoa, okay, guys, I have to mention it. You know I have to mention it. And, you know, full disclosure, I do have this one. GME trying to get over that 200 mark now. full disclosure, I'm in at around a 150 mark. This is from a few days ago, of course, not today. No, we don't have a scanner that does that, the rate of change in the pre-market, no. Yeah, I did see that little news release for GameStop. That happened this morning. All right, so the time check is, let's see, is going to be, well, it's not a, doesn't look like it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Wow, this is going to be a big open for it also, 820, 820, that's what I'm seeing. So typically they're 5-minute halts, but in this case it is not. You can see it got halted at 9:36 plus 26 seconds. We're past that 5 minutes now. So usually then there are multiples of 5. So I will probably, this will open at 9:46 plus 26 seconds. I'm looking right now, the bid ask is stacking up at 820, 820. This just, how can I say? I haven't mortgaged the house on it or anything like that. Look at GOEV, guys. GOEV, guys. Down to 9 now. And now breaking down below 9, I think. Yeah, wow, look at this now. Yeah, underneath 9 now. This is my number one look in the pre-market to see if it could keep going down. Yeah, well, there's no absolute hard and fast rule, on the 5-minute halt. I mean, it just typically that's what it is. And then now another one just got halted. ORPH just got halted. Looks like it's actually on the way down. Look at GOEV, guys. GOEV. So this got halted immediately. ORPH, I didn't even realize this. So it got halted at 9:33. So this was a 10-minute halt also. Look at that. So it opened at 9:43, and then it got halted almost immediately. ORPH. Again, this is one of the scans I'm sharing. I'll get into that a little bit later. What's a druff approval? I'm kidding you, amen. Boy, this HGEN. Look at what it did yesterday. Got all the way up to 30, came right back down, and now continuing down. This is a gap down and go. In other words, a gap. So we're right at the low of yesterday, I think. 1351. I'm sorry, 1351. 1953 was the low of yesterday for HGEN. I don't know. You have to, you can scroll in and out. Okay, if you keep the, just left click on the chart so the system knows what chart you want to do this on. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then you can scroll in and out if that's what you mean. All right, VTSI just opened. And this was a 10-minute halt. Look at this, VTSI. What was the news on it? It's an earnings play, actually. It is an earnings play. I don't know if they've announced anything else other than the fact that it is an earnings play, and that is VTSI. So you see, this was exactly a 10-minute halt, 9:36:26. As we're halted, open at 9:46 plus 26 seconds. So okay, so now we have some coming in. I say I had a delay. I have a delay on this. These two windows right there. A 15-minute delay. That's on purpose. So the alert was at 8:33. Did get up to 8:98. Look at GOEV 884. So I don't know. This could be. I don't know if you're not in it right now because this is down 24%. It might be difficult to get where you want to get it because of the uptick rule. If you have shorts available. Yeah, there's no shorts. No shorts available for me anyway. Interactive Brokers for VTSI. This was a big short up here for BIOC. Once this market opened, look at this. It's an earnings play, BIOC. It's an earnings play. I mean, it's still up 13%, but sinking rapidly. All right, so here's the first little bounce for GOEV. Will it hold over 9? If not, if this gets rejected, that 9 gets rejected, this could still continue to move down. I know it's down 23%. It's not a low float. 99 million in the float. Yeah, well, that's typically why I don't trade in the first 15 usually. You know, these things can be so whippy. The things settle down a little bit. Yeah, I saw that. I missed it. Like, you guys have no excuse. If you have the AI, I mean, look at that short. PCVX, 1892. It actually got down to below 18. That's a great early short. And this is actually an earnings play. PCVX is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area right here. Wow, this is going to be another halt for it. Wow, what a run from 1024, the first halt. Now we're up to 1473. I don't see any specific news on it yet. Where are they out of? Denmark. Oh, that's right. This is this Danish stock. I don't see any specific news on it yet. I'm just looking at my news headlines. There's got to be something happening, of course. In fact, Bank of America Securities this morning downgraded them to underperform. So much for that. Look at DXC, guys. Okay, now this is a gap up and reverse. DXC, gap up and reverse. All right, guys, you know, if you're not in this one yet, GOEV, GOEV, looks like 9 is going to be rejected again. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the seal. Somebody asked me when would I get out. I'm all out of the seal. I love that little bottoming tail, and then as it started to run a little bit, so that was a nice little early morning short, pre-market short. But I've covered it now. Wow, look at this VTSI. So now it's taken out the pre-market high. So 833 on the alert, 9, whoops, and then right back down. Got to be so careful. Look at this, 7.3 million shares in the float. So this is a very low float. Now I say this all the time. If you're going to get into these, you cannot get in and then wander away. You have to be, watching constantly, because as quickly as they go up, they can just quickly go down. Yeah, so we get our data starting at 7 in the morning, and you're right. I do see the pre-market high up at 1491 on the TradingView chart. You're absolutely right. HGen, I don't know. Have they announced it? How do you know there is a financing? Okay, proposed public offering. Okay, 5 million shares. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see a price yet. It hasn't been announced. Well, there's the WVE guys, discontinuing drug trials on the way down, all-time low. Ooh, this is shortable for me. Underneath the Magic 5, the low in after hours yesterday was right down here around 464. Better expand this window just a little bit, probably get some more on the way down. Well, Magic 5, that's just $5. $5, I mean, it's psychological. You know, $5, $10, 15. Getting through that number can be sometimes, you know, it's psychological more than anything. Oh, okay. Welcome, AM. So are you new to trading or new to trade ideas or both? All right, so this one from the AI is really interesting still. I mean, it's, you know, if this takes out, gets below 18 again, there's nothing holding it up. It's a lifetime low. All right, look at this one. This is definitely getting parabolic here. It is shortable for me also. LNTH, definitely parabolic. I mean, look at this move. And it is now, it's not an all-time high, but getting probably pretty close. I mean, it's right there. I can see there's some green. Let me back this out a little bit more. We have to go back to September of 2019 to see these levels. Not quite. November of 2019 before we see these levels of LNTH. Okay, well, TME, watch TME. I mean, if it can take out yesterday's high, still a bit away from it, maybe about 45 cents away from yesterday's high, TME. Or will it do what it did yesterday? You know, had a little run and then just drop. That's what makes trading so exciting. You just don't know. Okay, AM, well, if you stick around for a little bit, about 15 to 20 minutes, I'm going to go give a little bit of an overview of what Trade Ideas is. Okay. And some links that'll at least show you some of the basic features that we have to offer. Oh yeah, it's a great candidate for a short. LNTH. So guys, as you know, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. I'm just trying to point out the opportunities. Whether you do it or not, it's up to you. But I sort of been nagging everybody on the GOEV. Oh, so you actually do have trade ideas. Okay, did you go through the 20 lessons by any chance? Yeah, well, it's continuing strongly, isn't it? LNTH. Let's see if there's any. Acquires the rights to innovative imaging biomarker targeting fibroblast activation protein. So there is some news for this one this morning for LNTH. Now, is this it? There's your first little red. Well, there was one right there. There's a red candle now for the on the 2-minute chart. Let's take a look left on the monthly chart. What do we have? 2142 is the high and 2184. So 2142 is the next high looking left, and it got up to 2138. So that is the next high on the monthly chart looking left. That's back in December of 2019. So will that stall it enough? I mean, it appears that is stalling it right now. You know, whether that'll continue. As is the, look at the BioC. This is going negative. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's almost huge pop after hours up to 7:30 or so. I mean, this is an earnings play. This looks like it's going negative. BIOC. Yeah, it is, as I like the term, it is still melting. GOEV. LNTH guys, right at 21. Bit of a spread issue. 2093, 2108. Bit of a spread issue. Somebody asked me about Box. That's the trade of the week. I don't know if it triggered mildly yesterday. Yeah, it's still nothing to it yet. What was the trigger? It was 2365 or something, so it hasn't triggered today. All right, so this JFIN, which is a part of this NFT universe, on the move here. I haven't really looked at any of the other, the other, let's see, CSCW. I know you guys have been talking about it. Yeah, look at the volume, 114 million shares, 43 in the float. So this had a press release this morning. This company joining the NFT craze. Wow, guys, I mean, GOEV, sensational. Nothing holding it up. That was my number one focus today. Okay, guys, the LNTH getting very interesting just underneath that $21 mark, 20.95, 21.02. Spread is tightening up just a little bit. PFMT, you know what? I didn't even see it. PFMT from my scan, from the options, unusually strong options scan. All right, guys. Well, let's see if the LNTH can really give up 21. You see, it did take out the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart briefly. Let's just see if that can continue. Wow, JFIN is strong. Strong, strong, strong. All right, well, let me just stick this alert again, 2094, see if it takes it out a little bit later, 2094 for the LNTH. We're just trying to short tops. I know it's a strong stock, don't get me wrong. I know it's a strong stock, lots of room. Just looking to see if, it would have had to been very quick. Well, okay, nice one from the AI. A couple of nice, well, really the same Viacom, VIAC. Okay, so I'm going to get on my soapbox a little bit here. The PCVX from the AI, all right? So this was the short, 1892. It got down to 1787 or so. Now, if you're a trader, in my opinion, you've got to start taking some out right around here. If it broke up a little bit above 18. The AI got out at 1872. I'm sorry, 1859 from 1892. I mean, that's not terrible, but in my opinion, you've got to take out some right on that 18 break. That's why we always say with the AI, manage the exits, okay, as opposed to letting it run in auto fashion. You know, everybody wants to run the AI in auto, but I mean, well, look, excuse me, guys, I'm just flipping scripts here. Look at the reversal now for HGEN. Wow. I don't know if it's been announced yet, the financing price. I don't think so. All right, guys, so the PFMT from my option scan, not doing too badly. There was the alert at 221, and we're at 233. It has probably some, I mean, right there, if it just, you know, if it can somehow power through that, the high right there is 230. The next high is 257 on the monthly chart. So, you know, it's above that monthly high. So the next challenge will be up to that 250 odd level, 255 level or so. All right, we have EPZM entering the basic new highs. Okay, guys, PFMT marching a little bit. Again, if you're in this one, just be aware of that 250 level. Okay, guys, I'm just, yeah, the TME, it has to be approaching yesterday's high. 2201 is yesterday's high. PJ is also emphasizing that too. And they had a $1 billion dollar share buyback of their share program announced yesterday, trying to recover some of its luster. Wow, look at ORPH was not shortable for me. Good grief. 15 down to 10, just like that. Halted, resumed. Again, guys, the PFMT. 257. I'm just going to emphasize this. I mean, that's the next high looking left on the monthly chart. I mean, it made its way through that 230 so far. If it can somehow make it through that 257, then after that, you're looking almost 3. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. But look at the volume, 34 million in the float. It's traded 40 million shares already. So it is traded over the float 327 times normal up to this point of the day. Saw that move after hours. That's why it made the watch list. For some reason, you know what? I must have forgotten to include it. This should have been on my watch list. Triggering right there. Oh well, it's in the option scanner, so at least it made it into the one. Yeah, I was doing my pre-market after hours work, and I saw this PFMT. A little bit late. All right, guys, I think with that, with my dog coming in to help me, I think I'm going to start my spiel about trade ideas, okay? So, first of all, if you're new to this trading room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday. Not this Friday, Good Friday, the markets are closed, but, excuse me, typically Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. I am going to I'm going to do a couple of things here. We do have a promo code right now for 20% off. So I'm going to put that into the YouTube room, and then my homepage. You can go to my homepage. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so from my homepage, and there is the tab right there, Barry's homepage. You click on that. And there is the code. There is the promo code you can use, Easter Bunny, all in capital letters, for a 20% savings off the first month only or the entire year. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay. So again, don't use that promo code. Use Easter Bunny for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. I have to emphasize the only. This is how much Trade Ideas will cost. Okay, we have 4 plans. On an annual basis, we have the premium and standard, and on a monthly basis, we have the premium and standard. So the most expensive package would be the premium, $22.68 a year on an annual basis, minus that 20% discount. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 20%. The big difference between premium and standard, which I'm going to go over, is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You can always go monthly if that's what you want to do. $118 or $228 minus the 20% for the first month only. Just have to reemphasize that, the first month only. If you stick with a monthly subscription, then you'll go back to the normal price of $118 and $228. However, if you decide, let's just say you take out a monthly subscription and you want to upgrade to annual, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 20% promo code. Okay, so those are the subscription plans that we have. More information from my homepage. The trade of the week, which mildly triggered this week. It gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a little video kind of highlighting one stock. I usually do that around between 12 and 1 Eastern Time. Probably the most popular of the sections in my homepage are my scans. So here's my layout. Okay, this is the layout that I'm sharing that you guys can see. Look at GOEV. Oh man. So there's a layout that I am sharing. But if you don't want my entire layout, you might have a layout that you like, but I'm sharing all the individual scans, okay? Including this one, the most moving higher with unusually strong option activity. This is the one that's probably my most favorite scan. Doesn't give very many alerts. So again, I'm sharing everything right here. Then we have a big education section also. So if you click here on the education section, or in the education section, I always like to put this one on its own, the 20 short lessons. It should almost be mandatory if you're just new to trade ideas, it should almost be mandatory that you take a look at the 20 short lessons before you do anything else. When you click on that link, this is what you'll see. Right from the beginning, literally downloading the channel bar, and then of course, what is a top list, building one, creating alert windows. All of the basic features of trade ideas I think are very easily explained. These are not videos, it's all text-based. Again, this is, it won't take you 20 days to do it. If you don't have trade ideas, you can also click on that link, again, just to see what some of the basic features that we have to offer are. Okay, so I can't emphasize that enough. Daily support sessions. So you may hear me referring to a YouTube room. So we also have a YouTube room. It's the same as this. You don't have to go into both. They see my screen. They can hear me also. At noon, I do take a break. And so you can always head over to the YouTube room because one of the other traders takes over. Today is Tuesday, so this will be Steve Gomez, and he is the originator of the Trades of the Week. So you can ask him questions, not just about the Trades of the Week, but just a general Q&A. And I'll put the link in before I do take my break. This, of course, is the free trading room that you're in, this room here. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos here. And, some of you are brand new to trading. I think this is an excellent little series. It's 36 short little video clips. Literally starting off with what is a stock. Okay, you cannot get more basic than that. So all of this is free. And if a lot of information on my homepage, all you have to do is save the link. And so you can take a look at everything later on if that's what you want to do. Looking at my scans, the education, etc. Give me a moment, please. Just want to resize the window. Yeah, we do have a scanner for after hours. If you go to our channel bar, the question was, do you have a scanner for stocks moving after hours? If you go click on new from the toolbar, then click on channel bar. All right, and you will see, these are all theme channels, and there is after hours, okay? And that's for you, Elijah. When will the code expire? More than likely Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? More than likely. Sometimes it gets extended one day. No, if you're talking about you do have an option with the charts. You can go, well, there's a dark theme in the charts. Those are the only two themes in the charts. If you're talking about overall, no. No, I haven't even looked at the SPY, so oops. Okay, so the Dow is down, Tech is down, SPY is down. All right, now I just want to talk in general about what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. First and foremost, that's what we do. We scan, and I'm going to explain that a little bit later. It Doesn't matter who your broker is. We get that question so many times. I have ABC broker. Can I use your product? Yeah, I mean, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay? So, what do I mean by a scanner? Well, okay, basic new highs and lows. This is a little scan I put together. Again, this is shareable. I'm sharing it. So if I click on summary, these are the filters. You always start off with filters. Try to get the universe of stocks whittled down to a manageable number. So this is what I do. I mean, you don't have to do the same thing, of course. So I'm looking, in this particular scan, I'm looking at stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, so these are the filters that I have put in place. If a stock meets these filter requirements and makes either a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see GOEV over and over again. It keeps making a new low. In this no repeat version, I like to have the no repeats because this tells me the very first time it was alerted when all the filters were met. So it was alerted in this window at 9:06. Okay, so you can kind of go back in time and see, okay, great, there was the first alert. What did it do after that? These are ideas, okay? This is not take the trades. These are ideas. So, you notice, and again, if you took this scan, it's one of the scans that I'm sharing, but if you thought, man, I don't like that price range though, I'd like to change it, very simple. Just go to the summary and go to where it says price, and you can make a change. If you want to, between $10 and $50, you just make the change and say okay, and so you can kind of customize it to your style of trading. So what we did as a company was, instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, we created a lot of alerts and filters for you. So it's sort of a la carte. So here are all the alerts. When you see icons that look like this, these are all the alerts. And if I scroll down to these icons, these are the filters. So we feel that for the vast majority of our customers, that we have created enough alerts and filters that you can find the right combination to create this type of scan that you want. So we don't force you to learn a programming language. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about our AI. We have what we call 50, I keep saying 50, I think it's more like 70 to 75 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, I should have done this, just give me a moment here. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine to optimize those strategies, those baseline strategies. That's what happened last night, and these are the strategies that made the cut. I wouldn't concern myself on why strategies make the cut. I wouldn't concern myself on what the names are. I wouldn't concern myself on from what segment they come from. To make it really, really simple, to use the AI, this is what I would do. From the toolbar, I would click on New, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. There are no alerts before in the pre-market, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. There was the first alert was at 9:39. Okay, that was a short. And you have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the entry price. You have a stop. And how you manage to trade will be up to you. Okay? What I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? There are no videos on how to use the AI because, there are many, many different ways to use it. I use it like a watch list. Okay, so really nothing more I can say. I mean, that's my recommendation. I wouldn't get too hung up on what the individual strategies are or what this Holy Grail, Neo, what they mean. Who cares? Okay, literally just, have this window open and watch the alerts as they happen. Now I want to talk about this window that you see here that is called brokerage, that we call brokerage plus. Before I go any further, I want to pop this video in, the link for a video or to a video. Don't think so. I don't understand what you mean exactly. So here are the moving average lines I've got. So what do you mean by on top of the candles instead of behind them? Not sure I understand. You can put them in a separate window if you want. You know, sort of like I've done here. But I'm not sure. I'm going to say no, okay? Because if you put the moving average lines, no, there's no way. No, there's no way to do that. What you see is what you get. I mean, these are moving average lines. Here's my, let me get a better one. Cannot see them when they cross behind candles. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, no, you can't do that. Never really thought about it. Okay, but I see what you do mean, but no. Okay, let me keep going here. So I popped a video in. I'm going to pop it in right here. The B plus connections it's called. So this window here that we call brokerage plus, if you're on a web-based version, you will not have access to it. It's only available with the application, downloadable application. And you'll notice in the toolbar, you see it says Brokerage Plus, you see it says Live and Sim underneath. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window to trade your interactive broker's account. And how you do that? Watch the video, okay? It says the B Plus connection video. It'll show you exactly how to set it up. And then once you watch the video, you can click on Live, and then you'll be attached to your interactive broker's account, and then you can use this window to trade your account, if that's what you want to do. It's not mandatory. So I just want to make sure people understand. It's absolutely not mandatory. It's a feature. Absolutely not mandatory. So, if you're thinking there, if you're sitting there and thinking, well, I don't have an IB account, does that mean I can't use trade ideas? Of course not. I mean, of course not. That is no, that is the answer to that question. It's just a feature that we have, not mandatory to use. Why would you want to be able to do it? Well, okay, let's just say you click on ASO. You look at it, you go, yeah, I'd like to trade that. I go back to ASO, and you notice I've got these buying and shorting options that I can use. And this is how I set this up. You watch the video and you can set up, of course, your own. So this is what we call one-click trading, and you can just click on how you want to trade it. Okay, that's one way, one reason why you might want to use the Brokerage Plus window. Once you get into a trade, these are some hotkeys. You can flatten. Well, I'm going to demonstrate that once we talk about the simulator. You would highlight and you would just flatten. That gets you out of a trade, or you could sell here. But these are just hotkeys. It gets you out of half your trade, and this doubles. Okay. So that is using this window that this feature we call Brokerage Plus to trade your interactive broker's account. It's the only broker it's available for right now, okay? Now, the other huge reason to use this is in simulation mode, paper trading mode. If you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice, practice, practice. Okay, it uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. Okay, you want to just practice trading before you even commit to a brokerage platform. It uses our real-time data. So this is how it works. You click on an alert. You notice the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at, and then you just click buy, and you're in the trade. Okay. Now, how I always like to demonstrate it to begin is on a pullback. A lot of people, they don't want to chase, which is obvious. You shouldn't want to chase stocks, but you might want to take something on a pullback. So let's take a look at STLA as an example. Okay, so there it is at 1769. But you know, you look at this chart and you think, maybe I wouldn't mind taking it if it pulled back to 1758. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. So you pick how many shares. Let's go 300 shares, and yeah, I'm going to take it if it comes back to 1758. So I put 1758. This is in the simulator. I put 1758 in both boxes. And I'm not saying this is what I would do. I'm just trying to demonstrate, you know, how you can do something like this. You click the buy button and you'll see this big blue line shows up on the chart. So if STLA comes back down to 1758, it'll take the trade. Okay? Now, you could also have done it in a different way. Let's just say that you thought, well, I wouldn't mind taking this trade. There's a little bit of a resistance area on top. So if it broke through that resistance area, I wouldn't mind taking the trade. So you could have put the price above the current price in both these boxes, click that buy button, and you would have seen a big blue line on top of the current price. Okay, so I'll just leave this in. It may trigger, it may not trigger. And of course, if you don't want to, you know, if something happens and you don't want to take the trade anymore, you just go to the orders, and you click on it, right click on it, and cancel that order. Okay, so I think it's pretty simple to use this simulator. Now, let's take a trade. Let's just take a trade right now, and because we're going to talk about the concept of placing a stop and money management. Unfortunately, every time you take a trade doesn't mean they're going to work. So you have to have, if you're going to last in this business, you're going to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade, and you just move on. Now that price will be determined, you know, and this is where the practice is going to take place, because you'll place a stop, and where that stop is typically, for me anyway, I look at the chart. I look to see where I think there could be a support area on the chart, and so that if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Support is not held, to get myself out of the trade and just move on. Now, that's the, you know, if you're brand new to trading, that's going to be the most difficult part for you is, well, how do I determine where that support is, where I think support is? And that's where the practice is going to come in. Okay, you look at enough charts, and you're going to start to size up things and think, okay, yeah, that's where I think a support area is, and if it breaks it, I should be out. So let's just show you. I'll just show you how you can do that. All right, let's just say you wanted to take EPZM right now. Okay. Again, would I do this? I'm not saying I would do this. I'm just saying let's just take the trade right now. Okay, and the spread is, okay, I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. And I'm going to go right in at the market. Okay, so it took the trade. Okay, took the trade at 821. I'm going to put the stop at 801. Okay, I'm just trying to make the math easy. I know I say the same thing every day, but I want to make the math easy. I'm not saying that would be the stop. I mean, that wouldn't be the worst stop in the world, but I want to add the stop now. Okay, and you'll see this, a line will show up on the chart. Okay, you see this red line shows up on the chart. So if the stock goes down to 801, it'll take me out for a $97 loss. Now there's a bit of a rounding error here, or it's rounding, because why I picked 500 shares and why I picked the 20-cent stop, because the next part of money management is this. When you get into a trade, yes, you have to determine where your stop is, where you're going to get out of the trade. But you also have to determine, well, how much, if I lose on this trade, how much am I willing to lose also? So how much you'll be willing to lose will really depend on your account size. You know, if you have a $5,000 account, Okay, Samuel, my brokerage platform is connected interactive brokers. So if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You won't last long. Let's just say, and this is why I try to make this math easy, if I can risk $100 a trade based on my account size, so I've placed my stop, and now I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade. So that's why I tried to make the math easy. 821 with an 801 stop, that happens to be 20 cents. Okay, again, just trying to make the math easy. So the difference between my entry and my stop is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. Conversely, if I multiply 500 shares times a 20-cent stop, if it takes me out, I'll lose $100. So this is what you would, when you get used to understanding where you should be placing stops, you'll take the difference between your entry and your stop, divide that into, let's just say you're willing to risk $100, and that will share size you. You don't go into every trade thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade, etc. You have to properly share size yourself. So, if you can sort of understand that concept, and that's why you practice. Practice, practice, practice. So if you can start to understand that concept of, okay, I get the idea, I place a stop, I share size based on how much I'm willing to lose on the trade. Great. So now you get into the trade, and it starts to work down towards your stop price. And that's when the second guessing starts. You start thinking, well, you know what? Maybe this stop is too tight, or I placed it in the wrong area, because I really think this was just a fantastic setup. This should be working. So you start moving your stop down a little bit, and now you have a new stop. Price starts approaching your new stop, and you start moving it down more because you get stubborn. You don't want to believe that this trade will not work. And so now that manageable $100 loss that you had planned starts turning into 200, 300, 400, or more. And then finally you get out of the trade. And you start kicking yourself for not obeying your stop. What can even be worse? Even if you obeyed your stop, okay, that $100, what can be even worse is starting to get into revenge trading. So the next time you say, well, man, I lost $100 on that first trade. I better risk 200 on this next trade. So when that one works, I'll be up 100. I'll cover my $100 loss, plus I'll make 100. That's another, common problem. But this first problem, though, not obeying the stop, this is how you counteract that. Okay, you leave your stop in. Oops. So you get back up here. That's close enough. You leave your stop in, and if it starts approaching, you just leave it in, and you get taken out. All of the emotion is taken out of the trade. Okay. And it's so important, to, place your stop, understanding where stops should be, and then obeying it. You can always move on. You get taken out. Commissions are so cheap that is not a reason to, take yourself out of a trade. And also, for all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, they may materialize later on. The setup may materialize later on, and you can always get back into the trade. Okay? So that is the whole concept of money management, placing stops, and that's why you have to practice. Practice, practice, practice before you commit money to the market. This is not easy. Trading is not easy. Trade Ideas is a great tool, but it's not going to make you a master trader without a lot of practice. The other thing I'm going to say, and the reality is this, is that if you cannot make money paper trading, I'll almost guarantee you'll never make money once you put money on the line. But I also want to say this: if you're able to make money paper trading, that's still no guarantee that you'll make money once you commit money to the market. Because once you commit money to the market, and now your emotions really, you'll start looking at your P&L, And it's when you're simulating, when you're in paper trading mode, yeah, there are some emotions there, but nothing to the extent once you have real money in the market. So that's why, practice the discipline in, by paper trading, simulation trading, practice that discipline. We give you $100,000 to start in this account, okay, in the simulation account. But I wouldn't use it. I mean, if you have a $10,000 account, don't use the $100,000 because that will not be feasible, obviously, when you start to really trading. So practice trading like it's your real account. Take it, don't treat it like it's a video game. Now, the other thing you can do is if you don't exit a trade, and you're in the simulator, and of course, if you're trading your IB account, Interactive Brokers account, if you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, it will carry over. So this is also how you can practice swing trading. All right, there's my spiel. 10:47 now. Now I can maybe start taking a look at some of the things that are happening. And again, you'll notice in this room, we've got some great traders in this room, all right? But you'll notice that this is not a room in which I will tell you what to buy and sell. These are ideas. But you'll hear me talk about, well, guys, I really think if it took out this level, I'm not just looking at this chart here, but I mean, if I start to, like the GOEV this morning, I sort of tried to emphasize the fact that this looked, I mean, there was nothing, I mean, it's bounced now, but I mean, almost from the get-go, this was a great short, and, underneath 9, it was a nice short. I'm not going to tell you to take the trade if it meets your trading plan. Then, you can, if you're listening to what I'm saying, you think, yeah, okay, I get it. Well, there's only, okay, are you talking, you have the app, right? You're using your app, not the web-based. I mean, the web-based version should be the same, but there's only 2 options. Right-click, properties, and symbol linking. It's either checked or unchecked. That's it. So right-click on the chart, properties, symbol linking. So these are all symbol linked. These charts are all symbol linked. That's why when I click on an alert, these charts all change to the symbol. That's why the SPY chart does not change. It is unchecked. Absolutely, Isaac. One of the scans that I'm sharing, well, even this one here, the basic new highs, but the question was, is there a TI scanner that can track trades momentum intraday? For example, a stock that is seeing a massive increase in trade volume will pop up on the scanner. Absolutely. So if you go to my homepage, yeah, well, I'm just going to show you here, okay? Okay, not the way you're thinking. 500 trades an hour. No, we don't count. We do have a print. We do have a print filter, but it's not what you want. Okay, the print filter is just this. I mean, if you only want to see stocks that typically trade, 10,000 times a day, 5,000 times a day, great. We can filter for that, but we cannot filter for as an alert. Okay, so it is not probably what you're looking for. However, we have all sorts of momentum. So if you click on my homepage that I just popped into the room, and one of the scans that I'm sharing, so click on the scan section. One of the scans that I'm sharing is momentum up and also momentum down on the downside. So what this is looking for big volume increases, which probably is going to relate to prints. I mean, that just makes sense, okay? So volume increases. So if you click on this one, you'll see what I'm talking about. So we can do things like, I think in that particular scan, like a volume 1 minute increase. Okay, add the filter. If you put something like 1,000%, that's comparing that volume over the previous, 1 minute volume bars. So that is going to give you, usually you'll see right on the chart, you'll see a big volume pop, which would correspond to, increase in the number of trades. Okay? So you can play around with that. You can, adjust the price range. Now, did I go too quickly? Just go to the scan section and then the momentum. Momentum up. Okay. So you're saying, no, I did not go too quickly? Is that what you're saying? Okay, it's again, Eddie, all I have to do is click on my home page, and it's called Compare Count. Okay? You're talking about this right here, right? So you go to my home page, go to the scan section, and it's called Compare Count. It's kind of cool. Yeah, what this does is, this is a comparison. It takes two competing strategies, if you will, or two competing ideas. I hate calling them strategies. Two competing ideas. So what this is doing is saying, okay, compare on the upside. There were more filters in place, but I just so I could know what this is looking at. But stocks that are trading greater than 300,000 shares with other filters in place, moving up, versus stocks that are trading 300,000 shares moving down. And it's doing a comparison. As you can see right now, 57% to 43%. So 50%, 57% on the upside, 43% on the downside. You can take two. You could take things like earnings plays up versus earnings plays down and compare them, and get a running, a ticker running. All right. All right, guys. So again, I haven't really been able to focus too much on trading. It's the nature of what I do, which is fine. Yeah, well, if you saw the news this morning, not specifically to Mara, so this is a big area to try to take out, but I saw the news this morning regarding Visa accepting crypto now for payments. So that's put a bit of a pop, obviously, into the crypto market. Well, I don't see Bitcoin ramping up that much, but individual stocks like Mara and Riot. I'm sure Riot is doing the same sort of thing that Mara is doing. Is LNTH now starting to drop? The spiel. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I do it every day. Yeah, I mean, we have new people. We have two classes of new people. We have well, maybe even three. We have new people who are completely new. I mean, they've never traded a stock in their life. We have new people to trade ideas who have traded before, but they've not used to trade ideas. And then we have that combo. So a squeeze indicator. So we do have Mr. 72137. This is from the YouTube room. We do, the question is, do we have a squeeze indicator or a squeeze filter? So we have a squeeze channel. Let me just click on the channel. So one of the channels we do call squeeze, I think. Where is it? I know it's here. I know it's here. Short squeeze, there we go, short squeeze, okay? So you can take a look at this. Now remember though, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, okay? Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time and your layout would be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. So we do have a short squeeze channel. You can take a look at that. Typically what that would mean is something like this. You know, we have the short float percent, so a high short float percent. In other words, you know, of the float, a high percentage of is short. And so if a stock is, for whatever reason, making a big move today because of earnings or some news, you know, that can, you know, we want to call it a short squeeze. You can do that, I suppose, but so the answer is yes. So is that a question for me, Easy Chef? Do I have it written down and read it? I don't know. Is that a question for me? If it is, I don't understand the question. Actually, it officially triggered yesterday, Derek. It did actually, I mean, briefly. See this? I mean, it's got up to 2365. What is the trigger? Was it 2363 or something like that? So it did trigger yesterday. We're talking about the trade of the week. Okay, and there is a trigger, but it was so briefly triggered. But, you know, this could get interesting. I know cloud-based, you know, I mean, it's not going to go away. Oh, was it 2356? Okay. So it did trigger yesterday, you know, but so briefly. The stop is the 10-day moving average, so, you know, not even close to that yet. Tough market to swing though, guys. In my opinion. All right, guys, I am just going to change my headset. So give me a couple of moments here. All right, that was quick. We don't have that TTM squeeze, no. You're talking about the TTM squeeze? No, we don't have that one. All right, guys, I'm just kind of scanning for the things that have been happening. my gap continuation or reverse. Yeah, what a catalyst that was with that that hedge fund collapsing with all those stocks. Viacom trying to make a little bit of a comeback today, little bit of one, but I mean, look from where it came, $100. You know, I remember when all this was happening. I mean, it was golden, and then all of a sudden, that hedge fund. I guess I don't know how many shares they had of Viacom, but I think they had to liquidate $20 billion worth of stock, and just absolutely tanked. And so all these other firms that had Viacom were getting hit too. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. So as I was saying with the PFMT earlier, I mean, it didn't get quite up to that monthly high, 257, but you know, getting close. It got close. You had to be very aware of that. Only one alert so far from my option scan. I don't know what symbol that is. What happened to Canoe? You know what is remaining kind of strong is that VIPS. There's the high of yesterday. I mean, it takes that out. 32.50. It's very close to the high of yesterday. Takes that out. Might have another bit of a run because then the next high is 35. What do I think about MBRX? I know it was very choppy this morning. Yeah, I mean, it's just choppy. I mean, look at these big topping tails pre-market. 503. There's the 200-day moving average. It almost got up to that 200-day moving average. I don't think much right now. I mean, it's a low float, 26 million. It's traded the float, so I mean, there's activity, 36 times normal. I know FDA approval, fast track designation. It seems really, good, but I don't know. I mean, it's just too choppy right now for me to trade. It had its bump, and then it just looks like it. Very difficult for me to figure out where it wants to go here. I mean, to me, the trend is down. And the Yakba. Yeah, so I mean, if I look left, there's a lot of resistance not that far away. 320. Look at that daily chart. 325, 325, a couple of highs 2 and 3 days ago. It's not trading abnormally today. It's got a big float for a $3 stock, 145 million in the float. So it's going to need, I know it submitted a new drug application, an NDA. That was their little news today, but it hasn't really done anything. So that's my evaluation. Yeah, VTSI. Yeah, I have this thumbnailed on one of my other monitors, and yeah, VTSI looks like it wants to. It's taking out that 8. Again, the high was way up here at 928. Boy, this one is on the move here. This KTOS, KTOS. Over the whole number now, 29, over that whole number. Look left, it's got some room to 30. There's the next high, looking left on the daily, right around 30. No, I don't do that, Gordon, okay? I don't care what, I'm not talking to you specifically. Earning expectations, I can read 10 different people telling me 10 different things. So I don't trade earnings at all. I mean, there are all sorts of websites out there, of course, that are going to say, sentiment is this, sentiment is that. To me, it makes no difference. I don't trade earnings, so maybe some others in the room might want to chime in, but I certainly don't do that. Boy, this one is really ripping here. KTOS is just on a mission. I mean, it hit a low at 27.50, so it's almost popped $2 off that low this morning. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a look at some of our internal discussions and see what's going on, if I can help. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute. I just want to answer a couple of emails. Myself off mute. Otherwise, I'll forget to put myself back. Yeah, Flo, so you can have 20 charts, but you need our premium service, okay? And I think I know what you're talking about. You'd like to maybe link several charts together. Yeah, there's no way you can do that. You either have the symbol linked for everything or not symbol linked. So you can't link groups. I know what you're talking about. You cannot link groups. We're not a charting program, as such. I mean, we don't, obviously there are companies out there that's all they specialize in is charting programs. We try to create enough. We've been adding indicators left and right. More and more are coming. Okay, but we don't. In fact, I mean, in my opinion, now we've got a lot of indicators, more than I realized. But are we like those charting programs that have like 300 indicators? No. All right, Apto, yeah. So this is what we're talking about. So in real scan, you get that big pop up here and it's trying to short these tops. see VTSI. Well, so what I'm going to do for VTSI, I'm sticking an alert right around 8:35. See if it takes that out later on today. All right, takes that out because, I mean, it's got a lot of room to run if it takes that out. Got all the way up to 926. It's an earnings play, so it should be active all day. Say the least, 52 million shares, 7 million in the float. So this has traded the float at least over 7 times. And if you're wondering when I talk about the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So if you have a personally, anything under 20 million for me is a low float. So the lower that number, if there's a news catalyst, in this case for Visto, it was an earnings play, or for others it could be literally just be a news catalyst, or it could be in a hot sector, things like that. And all of a sudden, for whatever reason, the demand just piles in. I mean, you can just see, look at the demand. 52 million shares have traded, 7 million in the float. You divide that number, 7 into 52, you get over 7 times, right? So it's traded the float 7 times. So the combination of low supply, high demand, that's why you get these crazy percentage increases. So, Mike, when you say, are you guys in any trades at the moment? I'm in nothing right now, personally, but I mean, I can't speak for the rest of the both rooms. So, if somebody wants to answer you, yeah, I'm surprised that Bitcoin hasn't accelerated just a little bit more. Maybe even taking this out, but it's not. I know Mara is having a good day. Yeah, Mara is having a good day. It's actually doing better, as a stock than GBTC. Yeah. So for me, Mike, GOEV was the big one. And we talked about it in the pre-market earnings play, and all-time low, no support, nothing. Now it's popped. It bounced off that. Well, not 9. It has put in a bounce, but until that point, I mean, this was just straight down. And I did a pre-market short of Seal. And that's it. All right, so let's take a look at this. We were talking about this EPZM. So I took this trade to show you how you can take a trade, how you place a stop on all of that, okay? Now, at this point, I might be looking at this going, you know what? I mean, you don't have to wait to get stopped out. If the trade isn't working, you don't have to wait to get stopped out. You know, I mean, sometimes you just look at something like this, it's starting to move down. So I might say to myself, you know what, I'm getting out right now. I can always get back in if I want to. So I flatten the trade, and I end up taking what, like a $20 loss and a $19 loss in the simulator. So at one point I was up $52. I'd like to see something a little more dramatic. What I like to have this max P&L and the distance from the exit price. I like these two columns. You can add them if you don't have them. Just right click, columns, and they're all in alphabetical order, so you can add. Why I like them is because this can now show me, well, how good are your exits? So for instance, I mean, what if this max P&L, what if it had been like $300 or something, and then I allowed this to turn into a $20 loss? Of course, that would not be good, right? It should be obvious. So that's why, you know, you should be following, you know, this P&L to see how it's going. Treat it like it's a real account. The other thing I like is this distance from the exit price. So again, if you went long something, what you want to see eventually is a nice big negative number here, because what that would be telling me is that, okay, I got out. Where's the price now? And so if it's a big negative number, that means it's way below where I got out, which would be good. So this can help you, you know, not so much manage, but just kind of give you an idea about how good are my exits. Now, you're never ever going to be able to get out the max. I mean, unless you get very, very lucky. But, you know, it's just to me, it's a good gauge. All right, guys, I am now, let's just try to take another trade, get something in here, just kind of show you how this works in the simulator. So there was a big rejection. Look at that rejection. The high of the day yesterday, 22.10 it got to. The high of the day yesterday was 22.01. I wish I had been watching that one. You know, it poked a little bit above, but the minute it went underneath that 21 or the 22, you could just kind of tell, man, that's being rejected. And that's the TME. Give me a moment here. I'm just trying to load a couple of scans to see what I can see here. I thought it was a dollar. Oh no, that's another one. Well, if you can't see it in news, then I don't know what it would be. Yeah, it is $5. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's $5. You just really have to look at the news, okay? Well, I'm not trying to be mean, but a lot of this stuff you guys can search on your own. You know, we've got a news filter here that happens to be here, or you could do a Google search rather than having to rely on me or anybody else. Well, we have a news tab. Okay, so every time you click on an alert, it'll go to that symbol. So we do have a news tab. Is it a? It's not a filter. Well, I don't know if you. Maybe it's just semantics, but I mean we do have a news tab. All right. Well, U.S. Steel has actually held. It did not have the same sort of a drop that it had yesterday, and now it's above yesterday's high. 25.23, I think, was yesterday's high. Just give me one moment, please. I mean, so you can do something like this. I mean, if you wanted to see, again, I'm not saying this is the most up to date news. You know, we're trying to revamp it a little bit, okay? But you could always do something like this, where instead of having to click, you could always duplicate the single stock window, and then just keep it on. You know, now you've got two, and now if you wanted to, stick that somewhere, so you don't have to click on the news tab all the time. And then it'll just show you the latest news. Man, there's a lot of choppy. Remember the Zedkin was just, look at this. It was flying high, 1086, all the way down to 904. I mean, just. So what do you mean by a news filter? Oh, I see. Positive, negative, and fluff. Yeah. The interpretation is the difficult thing, in my opinion. I mean, how do you interpret news? Your idea of a positive might be somebody's idea of a negative or neutral. The way I look at it is that when you get a big volume pop, that's usually news. Okay, there's your news. By the time you read it and then try to react, it could be too late. Yeah, you know what? We need earnings again, guys. I think we need some more earnings plays coming in, and earnings April 15th. So that is kind of when earnings season will start. So we'll only have a couple of weeks, and then earnings season starts. And then we'll start to get into, more and more stocks, creating a little more excitement. I'm not saying there's nothing. I mean, but it's not as once we get into earnings, we get 500-600 companies releasing every day, or every week, I should say. Then we start to see a lot more action. But what we're missing right now is some kind of a real exciting sector to be in. Like last week or the week before, or whenever the NFTs were going crazy. Why am I typing in NFT? But you know what I mean. But we don't have what I call a very exciting sector right now. So you know what? You just bide your time. I mean, I said this yesterday. Do not trade out of boredom. Don't try to manufacture a trade out of nothing just because you're sitting on, you're getting bored. Oh, man. All right, guys. Maybe you want to keep an eye on farm. I mean, farm. What was the high yesterday? Farm high yesterday was 921. I mean, it had a really good run the last 4 days before today. Sort of a drop, but I'll stick an alert 922. See if it takes it out later on for farm. Only one alert. Again, guys, this sort of is a bit of a gauge, barometer on how slow things are. Now, I don't get too many alerts in my unusually strong option activity anyway, but usually by this time I'd say we'd have 3 or 4, sometimes 5. We have had 1 meeting all the filter requirements. So, I mean, it just showing you, I've only got 2 here on the upside in my watch list. It's just showing you the things that I look at anyway, kind of slow. Guys, you might want to just put, I just loaded these 2. I'm not going to get too many, but my strong stocks up and weak stocks down. I haven't actually had that up and running for a while. Just to keep an eye. I mean, these are, why are these strong stocks up? Okay, let's take a look at the filters I've got. So again, this is just me, my price range. This is sort of the key one though. Well, they're up 6% from the close, 4% from the open, and they're within 10% of the high of the day, as an example. And, good, strong relative volume. So these are active. And, maybe just keep an eye on these are, again, the strong stocks. And this is the weak stock down. So again, not too many making the filter requirements of either. And again, strong stocks up, strong stocks down, shared. You go to my homepage. Shoot, I was just going to mention MNPR, looking like this was starting to pop a bit. I was going to talk about it right around here. So look at this, so 718. I'm going to stick an alert around 718. Look at all the highs right there in that 15-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right at 715 or so. Takes that out. Maybe it has a run. I mean, it got stupid in the pre-market all the way up to 920. All right, JB. Paring down. Yeah, so what he's talking about, you know, and I know I go over this for those of you who've been in the room a long time. Maybe you get a little bored of my telling you this, but I mean, for starting out in a trade idea, when you start out with trade ideas, you know, it's hard to, first of all, if you're brand new to trading, you don't know what sort of a trader you want to be. You know, do you want to be a pullback trader? Do you want to be somebody like myself who I like to see momentum stocks? So what happens is you like look at all the scans that I've created from my homepage. Well, you don't want to load them all, but you might want to take a look at some of them just to see. But the problem is that sometimes you have way too many scans going at once, way too many, because you don't want to miss anything. And the problem is that you get nothing done because all you're doing is clicking on alerts all day long and getting all confused and not getting anything done. So what JB is talking about is he was probably like that. I was like that when I first started out with trade ideas. Had 30 scans up and running, got nothing done. I had to really, you know, it's tough too because you want to eliminate and you start thinking, well, I can't eliminate that one because that's so good and I can't eliminate that one. And so there's this inner struggle. Which ones do you eliminate? But eventually, you know, you just have to. The biggest problem is when people start saying, oh, look at this one. I got into this one. And you look, man, how come I didn't see that one? You know, on my scan. Well, you just have to sort of say to yourself, look, there are enough opportunities. I don't have to get into everything. I'm going to miss some things that other people get into. But I got to be satisfied with, you know, with the types of things that I like to see. I mean, it sounds obvious, but it's not as obvious when you're starting out. So I mean, I get into the same rut sometimes. You know, sometimes I've got too many scans up and running. Speaking of this one, look at the HGEN. This is a red bar ignored. Red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for HGEN. MNPR, well, I had it thumbnailed. On him because it was a mover in the pre-market, so I thumbnailed it. So that's, you know, I just took a glance at my other screen, my other monitor, and I happened to see it breaking out. That's all. Well, JB, you could always share it for the group if you wanted to. Oh, mine. Okay. Oh, so it's my short fluid. Okay. So you're talking about this one? Um, Low floaters on the move? I guess I don't have that up and running because typically this one You know, typically these are some low floaters. You know, well, this one is not, obviously, but a lot of times because a stock is moving so much, you know, stocks, unless they have a fairly low float, you're not going to get. I mean, there's 17 million in the float, but UPZM, well, that's not a low floater. But this is a low floater, 7 million in the float. You know, for a stock to be moving, a huge percent, usually it has to be a low float. Yeah, so Cesar, probably not until May. We're undergoing a kind of an accounting change. In fact, it's going to take place tomorrow. And so we want to make sure everything is correct. We were actually hoping to do the test drive in April, but this accounting change is going to be, for actually literally April 1st. Hopefully that's not a premonition of something bad to happen. But anyway, so it looks like May, sometime in May. There's no specific date. If you want, you can, let me just give you the link for the next test drive sign up so you'll be notified when it will be. Okay? Yeah, what's that? That's a space one, right? That's Kathy Wood's latest one. Sort of the bloom has gone off for a little bit with all the tech stuff. Ooh, there's the VTSI. Just took that out. Okay, the VTSI just took that out. You may not be. You may not have that one though, Cesar. That's really not the newsletters or the notification. Oh, yeah, like you might have it, but unless you fill that in though, you will not. I mean, I'm not saying you can't get notified another way, but at least you're for sure will get notified if you do fill that out. Guys, farm. Look at farm. We're almost at that high of yesterday. It takes that out. It's got some room. Obviously, it's got some room. Farm. Yeah, it just got halted on the way up. VTSI got halted on the way up. Son of a. It just popped too quickly through my price alert. Another leg down for BioC. Remember I was talking about this one, thinking this could go negative? Look at this. I mean, it's only up 18 cents now after hitting 7:30 after hours yesterday. Released earnings after hours. Reaction was awesome. I mean, look at this. It didn't really fall off after hours. This morning, it dripped a little or dipped a little bit. Tried to pop up. But once the market opened, just not good at all. Now you notice something has happened. It doesn't happen that often, but PCVX has been alerted again in a different strategy. I know it's from Holly Neal, but I mean it's a different strategy. Doesn't happen that often. Same symbol gets alerted twice. All right, guys, 11:56. So today I just want to make sure, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Steve in YouTube today. Okay, yeah, just confirmation. So Steve will be in the YouTube room. I'll be taking my break just around noon. CELH, that's Celsius or something? Yeah, Celsius Holdings. Yeah, CELH. Well, also coming right into that high of a couple of days ago, 45.96, getting pretty close and actually just poked its head above that briefly. 46.05 was the high today. 45.96, so it kind of stalled right there. All right, so I'm just going to put the YouTube link in case you guys want to head over there while I take my break. Okay, guys, so there's a little struggle for farm to get through that 921. I think if it can pop through that, on some kind of a pattern, not just straight up, could have a run. I mean, the next high looking left is almost up to 10, and that's for the farm, FAR, well, farm. And VTSI just resumed. I thought it was out today. Pre-market. That's what we have. But maybe not. But when I was doing my pre-market work, I'm pretty sure one of the sites that I go to, this was one of the anticipated earnings. But maybe they've delayed it. Let's just check another site. It's interesting because I'm checking another site and it doesn't have a date at all. I could have sworn, though, I read this morning my Wall Street Beats or whatever the heck I look at every morning. Let me just see. Well, maybe I was wrong. So I don't know. I don't know when CCL is coming out. I could have sworn I read. We have this morning, but it's obviously not. Meanwhile, VTSI guys, absolutely severe rippage. RASS. Let's take a look at that one. Our channels look the same. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube room, and then I'm going to take my break. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, this BIOC just, I'm telling you, it's going negative. It's going negative. Okay, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. Again, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube room, then I'll be taking my break. Be back around 12:40. All right, I'm just going to keep an eye on farm. I don't think it has not taken that out yet. I haven't got a price alert. Yeah, so there you go. That's why you wait. Okay. I did not try to anticipate that it was going to do it. However, this is what I am going to do. Just to show you how you can do something like this. Let's just say I want to take at 920. Just in case it takes out 920. So I'm going to click the buy. And this will show up right there. So if farm gets up to 920, it'll take the trade. I think Steve is ready. Okay, I see you're streaming now, Steve. Okay, guys, I'll stop my stream now, Steve.
Hey, there we are. I see my screen. Let me make sure I hear my voice. And then I'll put myself on mute. Oh, good. Boy, a very slight delay today. I like that. If I recall correctly, last week I dropped my internet connection at the bottom of the hour, so apologies for that. I think I've corrected that issue since then. The old jiggle the cord, unplug, count to 10 seconds, plug the router and the modem back in. Seemed to have worked. All right, yes, happy Tuesday to everyone. I see Richard talking about NIO. We were just kicking around some ideas about the electric vehicles. Got a horrible beating, but some of them are kind of coming back to life today. And you can see Ride is on my screen. Andy pointed it out over here. I bought a little on my 401k account. See if that does anything. Pretty oversold. But again, welcome to the Tuesday edition. My name is Steve Gomez. I'm user number 3 of the Trade Ideas. So what that means is I'm friends with the co-founders, and they came to me and asked me to be their first beta tester back in 2003. And here we are all these years later. Seen a lot of changes, but great product. And if you're new to the product and you're coming in here for some assistance, please let me know. I mean, this is really mostly about you guys. Every day we try to make ourselves available. Aside from Barry being available from bell to bell, myself and the other guys will take over on the noon hour just to try and mix things up and give people a fresh set of eyes or ideas to help you with the program. You get the program to do what you want it to do, whether you're a OTC pink sheet scalper, or you want to just play low floats, or you want to play the big boys, or you're a fundamental, you want to look for earnings growth. You can do all of that with this platform. All right, so let's see here. Let me take a look at NIO there, since Richard mentioned it. Prior trade of the week. Yeah, look at that. Might be trying to hold a double bottom area there. Also, rising 200-day moving average, having something to say about it. I'd say that's a pretty low risk entry down here for NIO for the most part. All right, let's see. Johnny's got a question. When seeing something like VTSI that goes parabolic, what's the next resistance? Well, I don't know if that question was for me, Johnny, but I'll take a look at it. VTSI. Well, the only thing we can do is look left, and let's see if there's any history in this chart that would allow us to see that. Oops. Don't see any, and we can just double check by going to time frame and even monthly. Yeah, so this is a relatively new issue, a couple of years old. There is no resistance. So at this point, the only thing you could do, which I don't have access to as an indicator, would be to do what's called a Fibonacci extension. Just kind of start with Fibonacci and see how much higher possible ratios could take you. Hello, Sam. Hello, Iris. All right, Isaac has a good question. Let me see here. Do you have a scanner that can direct big range spreads within a certain price range? For example, 10-cent spread in stocks that are priced between 50 cents and $1. Well, you should be able to. I want to use it to find dip opportunity buys. Okay, so You're looking, the first step in any of this is to determine, do we want a T window or an A window? An A window is an alert window, which gives us an event, an alert. In this case, the way you finished your question was, I want to use it to find a dip buying opportunity. So dip buying, I'm going to say we'll call that a new low on the day, which means we're going to want to use an alert window. And the first thing we're going to do is go to the search tab in the config window. Well, actually, the first thing I'm going to do is start from scratch. And we're going to use new low, as I said. We're going to make that our alert. New low on the day. But your criteria in the search window first was price. Well, we have that. Let's set that first. We go to filters. Your price, you said, I think, was 50 cents to $1. Yes, so 0.5 to $1 is our universe. All right, double check our work. The price is between, there you go. So if you didn't know what this button was for right there, let me grab my Illustrator pen. So if you didn't know what these buttons here were for, it's a nice way to have the server read back to you what you intended it to do. So the price is between 50 cents and $1. Okay, so that meets Isaac's first price criteria. But then we get into something that you mentioned. And you mentioned, you mentioned spread. So let's type in that keyword. There it is, spread, okay, in pennies. This is a filter that is available to anybody. You'll notice that we do have another option up here called large spread. I might come back to that in a second. Let's add that filter. Let's add that alert, just in case we want to come back and use that. Now, you said you want the spread to be 10 cents. Let's just see what 0.1 shows us in the maximum column. The stock is locked. The spread is no more than, okay, so, oh, we want minimum. Okay, so we want minimum. That's right. So we want minimum 0.10%. And we're just going to leave that at a minimum because I think you would accept anything more than that. So let's read our work again. There we go. So by clicking that magnifying glass once again, we have been told, the server says we're going to show you the spread is at least, 10th pennies. Okay. Now, what does that give us? Well, let's see what it gives us. Let's just go right into launching the alert with that filter, that new low, and that spread filter. And we go to history. When I launch a new alert, I want to go right to history and say, what is it showing me today? All right. A lot of interesting names in here. Now, here's something I'm going to suggest. I can see right off the bat, looking at some of these trades, these are very thinly traded. There's no volume really coming through. 10,000 shares is nothing today. This looks like Morse code to me. So we're going to bolster this filter, the scan up with some better volume. And volume today is all we really need for this. We don't need to use average volume. Volume today, there it is. Volume today in shares. Let's add that filter and say, look, we don't want to see anything unless it's doing at least, we'll start with 50,000 shares, but we can always move up from there. There it is. The volume today is at least 50,000 shares. Well, that's going to wipe away some of these thinly traded ones we've got. And let's try again. History today. All right, we're getting more quality results here, not as many. But let's see. We're still getting a lot of them. But I don't think it matters. If you want to qualify, Isaac, what it is you want to see anything more of, there's certainly more work that we can do from here. But 50,000 shares on the day. Let's see if we go to 100,000 shares. That might make things a little bit safer. There we go, 100,000 shares. Okay, now again, these are only going to be showing you a new low if we have a new low with 10 cents in the filter. So let's go back to history today. Still getting a lot of returns, a lot of names coming through here. A lot of them are repeating, and we can control that in real time, but a history is going to show us all of them. So that's one way to do it. Okay, I'm going to go back to real time. Now the other way, I made a placeholder with the other alert. This guy, large spread. Let's turn off new low, and let's say large spread all of a sudden becomes our criteria. Do we get anything going on there? I'm going to go ahead and turn off that spread filter because it might be conflicting. Let's see if we're getting anything. No, we're not. It looks like nothing's coming through on that. All right. Let's turn that back off. I mean, this is the way in which you go about setting things up. Now, there's one more thing we can do. We can say, maybe instead of a new low, what about a new 5-minute low? You know, sometimes it doesn't need to be a whole new low on the day. And let's turn off new low and say, what about just 5-minute lows? I'm sure there's going to be some of those in there. So this one was the latest one that just made a new low with a 10-cent spread at some point. I want to make sure that I'm doing something correctly here. You know what? This is in pennies. I think I've done this wrong. I think I need to put, yeah, I think I need to put that. There we go. See, I made a mistake there, guys, and that's going to change the complexity of this a lot. I was assuming, I'm so used to this, if you'll notice on the right-hand column here, it's always telling you what the values are expressed in. I'm so used to expressing things in dollars that my 50 cents was 0.5 up here, but forget, the spread is expressed in pennies. So I needed to change that. Now we've got a whole new deal here. All right, and I'm going to go back to new low because I want to go with my original thought. And I'm going to start with that. Now I see you've added some qualifiers there. Isaac, with penny stocks, is there a better volume indicator that can sift through results since many low-price stocks trade tons of shares actually, but not a lot of activity? One of the things that's difficult you want to avoid, Isaac, is average daily volume with these penny stocks because, you know, normally if you say, I don't want to trade something unless it's doing 300,000 or 400,000 shares average a day. Well, as you see, a lot of these penny stocks might only average 20 to 50,000 shares a day. But then they come alive and they're the darling stock of the day. And everybody asks us, why didn't my trade ideas scan not catch this? More often than not, it's going to be average daily volume. So for small penny stocks, I would say avoid average daily volume. And that's why I chose to use volume today, because it's just a run rate. It's just saying, hey, I'll take anything that's done 100,000 shares today, regardless of if it only averages 10,000 shares a day. The other thing which you could do, you could experiment with, is relative volume. But again, relative volume is relying on a historical set going back. And so what's relative volume strong today might not be relatively strong over the last 10 days. So that's why I kind of stick with volume today with those lower priced ones. And we only got one stock today that actually fit that description. Let's try and play with that a little bit. So 10 pennies is a bit much for a stock that is under $1. What if we change it to 5 pennies spread? Are we going to get some more returns? No, we're not. So that's a tall order that you're asking for. So here's another thing that we can do. My initial thought, as I said, for example, right. Yeah, hopefully I answered that question. Let me show you something here. We're going to take our filter settings. This is the Trade Ideas command here. You right click and you go to this thing called Collaborate. It's kind of like our cloud, but I'm going to copy all that code. Now I've taken my filter sets and I'm going to launch a top list window instead of an alert window this time. We just launch it. Is what it is, but then we're going to overwrite it by collaborating and pasting. So now I've got a list of stocks that are, let's add, they're not making new lows, they're not making new highs, but they should. I think that spread, oh, that's it. That's the problem. The spread filter doesn't work in a top list. So forget that idea. So Isaac, you're limited to using an A window only. And if you're looking for stocks with that wide of a spread, that might not be the best way to do it. I think what you might be looking for, I would suggest experimenting with something like change in 30 minutes. You're looking for something that has dropped significantly, say in 30 minutes or 60 minutes for that matter. Change in 60 minutes, you could do that. And since you're playing in stocks under $1, you can avoid using the percent. I tell everybody use the percent because if you want to scan for $5 stocks and 50, you're going to need percent values. But if you're playing in a range, as you said, between 50 cents and $1, well, then you might want to know change in 60 minutes. Let's add that filter. And let's say the spread filter is still, we'll leave that at 0.5 pennies or 5 pennies. Let's say change in 60 minutes. You want the price to be down 10 cents or 15 cents. That's a pretty big drop for a stock between those ranges. Let's see if we can get that to show up. Okay, so you're giving me kind of the opposite example, Isaac. Stocks that are pink sheets at trading at 1/10 of a penny. Yeah, they are going to have a lot of volume. So maybe you'd want to up that to 1 million shares today. In those cases where they do trade, I mean, if you do want to catch things that trade millions of shares a day under 1 penny, you could use average daily volume. I've just noticed that stocks under $5 that do come to life, sometimes you might miss them if you're using an average daily. All right, so nothing is coming through on that. Change in 60 minutes is too much for that filter. What about negative 5 cents? Oh, 5 cents. Yeah, it's giving me one thing. All right, so we played around with that. I mean, I will give you this just as a placeholder, something to start with. But if there's something else that you want to look at, you know, you can let me know. But I'll give you that scan. All right. Great. So I'm actually all caught up here pretty early on the day. Usually you guys hit me with more questions on the open. But let me know what you're thinking. If you want to look at some charts, we can look at some charts. The trade of the week I'll be talking about later today is BOX. What's BOX doing? It's just doing a lot of back and forth, a lot of back and forthing. However, I'm okay with it because this rising 10-period movement average is what I focus on these. And this is just a really nice looking little shape. As long as it just continues to move sideways and doesn't close. And again, that's the instructions on the trade of the week. It's a very tight range. We don't want to lose our range. And by closing a candle on the daily chart under that 10-day simple moving average, to me indicates that it's broken, or the range is starting to identify it wants to fall down. So we don't want that. We want to close as high as possible today. All right. For Kong, WK, I've seen that name talked a lot about with some of the guys here at Trade Ideas. Just came to life a moment ago. I imagine if you're scanning for this kind of stuff with that giant volume that you probably caught that or saw that coming alive on your scans. As far as the daily goes, you got to love it. Okay, what was I kind of just talking about a minute ago? Loving the sideways action that plows into the rising 10-day moving average. And as you can see, it touched the 10-day moving average. I always like to have a touch. It gives the algorithms a goal that they hit, and they can revisit their mission statement. And then nice big move on that day. And then since then, it's just been a lot of back and forth. It doesn't look like it wants to close near highs necessarily, but as long as it respects this rising 10 period moving average here, you're in business. We don't want to see it close below that rising 10 period moving average. What's going on with market? With the market, usually the market conditions are your starting point. Gotcha. Well, that's true. I didn't really get into the market. I'm going to do what I talked about last night in Jamie's webinar. I'll start with the good, which is the Dow, which means the rotation of the market has gone very defensive, going into growth stocks, value stocks, dividend stocks, your grandparents' type of names. The old Dow Jones is a very strong indicator because we lost the what just happened over there? We lost the technology leading rotation out of technology, and I'll get to that in a second, in NASDAQ. So from the Dow, we can go to the S&P. Not quite as good, but still giving us some old school cup and handle type bullish appearances. And again, hindsight shows us that the 50-day moving average in the S&P really seems to be our bellwether. Okay, so I'm certainly focused on that. As long as the prices are trading above the 50-day moving average, the market is quote unquote in a healthy position. However, it just doesn't feel like that. It feels like a lot of things are not working. And as we get to tech in the NASDAQ, we come back to the 50-day moving average, it's flattening out. And the NASDAQ is now under the 50-day moving average. So it's kind of guilty until proven innocent. We're getting a bit of bifurcation. S&P 500, Dow holding up, but technology not. And then we get to the ugly, which is not ugly yet, but could be. And that's small cap land. And this is why maybe a lot of your small cap trades are not working. You're looking and seeing the Dow and the S&P up, and you're like, well, why are my friggin' trades under $5 down 3%, 4% on the day when the market's up 1%? Well, again, we've got the price under the 50-day moving average, and it's got a lot of work to do as far as I can see right here. Big cross over a couple days ago, another cross here. The 50-day is really holding the price down. So unless NASDAQ and the small caps get their act together and start closing prices back above the 50-day moving average, it very well could drag the S&P, back into a range. We'll see. I was saving this for my webinar, but not that one. I'm saving this for my webinar, but maybe some of you guys know Trader Stewie. There's a lot of people out there who have services, and he's very well respected. I like the guy. I always agree with the stuff he comes up with. And look at this GIF he's been posting. Trading in this market right now. He's basically illustrating what I've been talking about. Yeah, you look at the indexes at the end of the day and they're green, but like, why the hell are 7 of my 8 positions red again? And it's not easy. This is a grizzled veteran, making a point. And then you go through and you start to read some of the some of the replies, and they're all in agreement. It's like, oh man, true. I thought it was just me. Thanks. I haven't been doing anything for 2 weeks, sitting on the sideline. What's going on? So there's a lot of that going on out there. It's not just me, and that's just some of the guys here with me. So because of that, I'm not loaded to the gills right now on either side. I'm not short. I've got a couple longs, and they're not really working that well. And it's going to kind of wait and see what happens. Again, box is one of them. It's the trade of the week, and that does not bother me in the slightest. All right, that look right there is no problem. I see that, I just turn the page. I'm not worried. I bought some ride this morning. This is you can see the buy tag there. No reason whatsoever. I can't defend why I would just decide to buy it here. Matter of fact, I'm going to blame it on Andy. Andy's the one who said he noticed some strength in some of the other EV markets today. And Ride has been under pressure. I think a bad Hindenburg article somebody pointed out, but I could care less what these short newsletters talk about. I let the chart tell me what's going on, and seems like a low risk entry. I feel bad for the people who bought the breakout up here at 30. That was a horrible plunge, but it's on a 200% or it's on a 75% discount down here. All right. Let's see. Yes, Sam. Hello. Johnny, missed your message. No problem. All right. Yeah, we're caught up. Anything you guys want to look at? You know, people who like to maybe use our AI for intraday trading ideas. There's always some interesting ideas in there. However, I remind people that the AI is better at giving the idea in real time than it is at actually managing it. The humans always seem to be kind of a better trade manager. A lot of sloppiness over there. All right, I'll leave it up to you guys to see what you want to talk about. Oh, I forgot to look at that one, didn't I? Wakey, wakey. No, I looked at wakey, wakey. It looks good. I mean, so if you're talking on the intraday time frame, if you're day trading this, the first thing I'm going to see is okay, no matter where you bought it, this moving average is going to start to come up to meet the price, and you're going to want to use that 10-period simple moving average on my 15-minute chart, as that's what I use as a guide for momentum. As long as the price remains above that moving average, you are on the right side of momentum. But the moment one of those candles closes on the other side, you've lost the momentum. Oh, good. I'd be happy to talk about that. Let me bring up those quickly, then we let them marinate a little bit, and we'll talk about those. New. I'm going to do red bar ignored. Okay, so we'll do, how do I get to those? There we are, red bar ignored, 15 minutes, non-confirmed, red bar ignored. We'll come back to that. See if we can get anything to pop in there. And I will also open the other one, because these are not often talked about scans that we have. Something just popped in there. And I will do green bar ignored, 15 minutes. And we'll come back to those again, as I said. All right. Before that, somebody asked a question. Can you go over use of the consecutive candles and show it in a chart? Yeah, sure. Let's just build something real quick. Let me ask you, consecutive candles. Do you want intraday candles, or do you want like 15-minute candles or 5-minute candles for Aja? We'll leave that new high in there. We'll leave all that in there. And then I will wait to hear what time frame you want on consecutive candles. And I'll show you both directions. Okay, 5 minutes. So 5-minute candles, add filter. All right, so we're doing new high. So let's do consecutive candles to the upside. That'll be the minimum column. And let's say we want to see things making a new high that have actually given us 7 consecutive 5-minute candles. We're only going to see stocks making a new high, excuse me, that have done 300,000 shares of volume above $5. New high with 7 consecutive 5-minute candles. Let's see. Now we got to line up my chart. Now let's look for the arrow and catch those when the arrow. So here is our arrow. Dun, 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 dun. There you go. Consecutive. Oh, this is a great segue too. This doji right there would actually be considered a red bar ignore, which we're going to talk about soon with these over here. So kind of interesting. Now, the flip side. How would I do red candles? Well, let's change it up a little bit. Let's go and bring in new low and activate that. And we'll change our filters. And this is a very important use case of how to use trade ideas when you're looking for a negative gap down or negative candles. You use a value, red candles, you use a value of negative in the in the maximum column. So -7 in the maximum column gives us what? The stock was down at least 7 candles in a row. So there you go. That's how you would do the downside. We click OK, and we take a look. Hey, look at that. Let's go to history, actually, and give us a better look. Nothing but SJM for a while there. NTAP. UNH. Those were 7 candles at the time. TBT. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for tap. There we go, off that blue candle. So that's how you would do that. All right. Let's close that and go over to Razak's questions. Now I'm going to go back to my 15-minute time frame, which I like. And our first one is ARYA. Now I didn't put any volume constraints in here. I probably could do that, but for the sake of giving us a quick return, we got one that's only done 50,000 shares, but it doesn't matter. We need to see, for a red bar ignore, there is our red bar right there. Okay. We need to see 4 green candles prior to a red bar ignore. 1, 2, 3, 4. As a bonus, we actually have 5, 6 green candles before a red candle. Once the red candle closes at the 15-minute mark, a new candle begins to draw. If, and this is the big if that new candle takes out the prior high of our signal candle, which is the red candle, we will be alerted. And what we call this is a continuation pattern. It's one of the earliest continuation patterns that was essentially built into trade ideas that you don't have to do yourself. Now, there are a few considerations that you can do for configuring when and what you want to see over here. So let's take a look. Go to Customize. Minimum volume today. Let's go ahead and throw 100,000 shares in there, as I said earlier. So anything going forward here, we're going to need to see minimum shares and a minimum price of $5. We'll click OK, and we'll see what happens. Let's flip over to the downside, the green bar ignore. Okay, green bar ignore. Okay, there's our signal candle, the red candle, because the arrow is pointing towards it. Here is the green bar that he's being ignored after 1, 2, 3, minimum 4, 5, minimum 4, but we got 6 red candles. Then it threw up a green candle, and then once the low of that green candle was taken out, the short sell signal was given in PNW. So this would be a continuation pattern. So that was hopefully a good explanation for you there on how do RBI and GBI work for Razak Yaru. And I apologize if you hear the banging in the background. There's nothing I can do about it. The roofers decided to show up today and continue their job, which is super distracting, but I'll work through it. All right. Question from Sam. How can we add to the A table or A table junior 2-day dojis or 2-day with little movement? Okay, so here's an idea. Let me grab the collaboration. I'm going to copy the filters. I just copied all the filters of the A table. Now, I'm going to drop that into a new alert window. I'm going to launch that window, and we're going to apply the collaboration. Paste. All right, so now it has no event. It just has filters, but it's an event. We need the A table, the alert window to have an event. So we're going to give it a new high. So when stocks make a new high, it'll replace that heartbeat. That heartbeat is letting us know we need an event. Otherwise, it's just going to pulse every 30 seconds, kind of like a top list does. So let's add a new high, turn off the heartbeat, and this is going to be our event. But all it's doing is giving us ideas of stocks making a new high that are on the A table. But that's not what you're looking for. So here's a big qualifier. What if we go into a list of symbols and over here on the right, add existing lists. These are either the lists that you've created yourself or the lists that we have created for people in Trade Ideas. And there's a few interesting things in here. One of which is called daily. What's it called again? It's called daily. I've got the scan. I forgot. Daily candlesticks, I think is what I'm looking for. Oh, there it is. Daily. Okay, so under this daily submenu, look at these candlestick patterns. So what if we wanted to see a doji? Grab that. Let's go back to our list. What if we want to see a hammer? Oops, oh, hanging man, we don't want to see that. But what if we want to see a hammer? So dojis and hammers. Okay, we could add that. Bottoming tail, dark cloud cover, green bar reversal. So you get the point here. Bullish engulfing. We'll make that our last one. Bullish engulfing and green bar reversal. So now what we're doing is we're saying, let me just explain what we just did here. Every single night, Trade Ideas goes through all the stocks out there and it identifies stocks that closed yesterday, last night, with a hammer. You know, for instance, maybe this on that particular day, the following day, which would be this day, we might be able to see a stock making a new high coming off of a hammer like that. Just depends on if Trade Ideas sees it or not. So I'm going to launch this and see if we got anything in here today. Let's, what was FNKO was coming off of something that was identified yesterday that it liked. Okay, a lot of FNKOs. Okay, WWE is coming off. We don't know what type of alert this is, so we're going to configure and add the column called description. And let's have it tell us what candle came through there. Okay, so it didn't really tell us what candle came through there. This is why sometimes we do this as a multi-strategy. So each, we would, see, I've got one in here, and it's called Bullish Daily Candlestick Patterns. And as you can see how I've got multi-strategy window. I've got 4 of them. You see how I've segmented them? The dojis are in green. The hammers are in pink. The bottoming tails are in blue. And so on and so on. So essentially, why don't I just do this? I'll take this. Oh, wait, I would have to do it individually. I'd have to collaborate them individually. So if I look for doji, I'd have to collaborate and paste that collaboration I had for my dojis in there. And for the hammer, collaborate and paste what I had taken from the A table into those. I'm sorry. Strategies. Oh, I'm pasting A table into there now. I'm overwriting. Not really what I wanted to do. Not really what I wanted to do, but I think you get the idea. So that's something in which you could experiment with. That process there. Sam, what else came through? Just Finco and WWE. So it looks like that made sense for you. Here comes another of our green bar ignored. Okay, pretty easy to see what's going on here for the continuation pattern short. There's our green candle. After 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red candles, it barely made a new low on that green candle low, but it's still working and is an official triggered. So if this thing goes to low, you would call that an attempt that was squash, an attempt that failed by the buyers to step in there and make that a low. Speaking of attempts to buyers to step in and make it a low, ride. The swing trade that I bought this morning is holding up okay. Let's look at some of the other things I'm in. TGB is holding up okay. My plan on this one is if TGB closes below, as I spoke of earlier, the 50-day moving average, I get out on that close, on that day. I don't stick around. What's going on in the major indexes here? Yeah, I'm not going to touch it, Sam. I'll just close my program today. And then when I close, I do not save. And so any changes that I made will not be saved. Okay, Zerato. Hello, is there a filter for today's price change divided by average true range? No, but I'm pretty sure, and I'm not going to say no definitively. Let's go and make sure we look and explore the search tab first. All right, so true range. Okay, so I'm going to just type in TRU, and that's going to drill down to all of our options available. Average true range expressed in dollars. So we do have that. But you're also asking about today's price change divided by average true range. I'm going to tell you that that is more than likely achievable through what we call our custom filters. You can create a custom filter. Now, I don't have it all set up here in front of me. I think I have something I can drop. Let me see if I can grab one of my links off my notepad here and drop custom filters. There's a really good video on it that was made by Michael. And if you watch that video, it walks you through how to go into your account. And if it looks like you're, pretty good at tying together a string of math and getting what you want to get, this video should help you. Here we go. Custom formulas. Perfect. All right, let me grab that link. And this is for you, Zerato. Custom formulas. I'm fairly certain that what you want to get is achievable because we have those two data points. You just need to string them together and add that as a custom filter into your account. And that video should show you how to do it. All right. Very good. I'll be with you guys for another 15, 20 minutes or so. Yeah, now Zerato, if you have any trouble with that, do come back to our live chat on our website at the bottom right. There's a live support you can come into. We've got a few experts that are in there. Or on your own time, you can create a support ticket by going to info@trade-ideas.com and then just let them know you need help with that custom formula. Looks like another one came through our red bar ignored. Fake out actually. So there's the red bar signal candle. And that's when it crossed the line and gave us our alert right there, but it has since dropped back into the range. If I was a day trader, I might give some of these some attention. I would probably put some more, a few more configuration filters in there. But I'm not a day trader. I'm a swing trader. I know what I'm looking for. All right, guys. So let's see. On which scan did the red candle pop up? Are you talking about this one? REKR. This is that red bar ignore. And you get these from the new menu. And you just go down here to premium, RBI and GBI. Okay. Reminder, if you're not a premium subscriber, I guess that's one of the little nuggets they hide in the premium subscription. So if that's not on your menu, that would be why. I just realized that. All right, we're caught up. Anybody have any charts they want to look at or scans they need help creating? Yeah, Sam, they're kind of like I said, they're lesser known, little talked about. Yeah, we want to go back and look at NIO. All right, so a few things are happening there for sure in NIO. Again, I mentioned earlier on the daily chart, I kind of like how this 200-day moving average is coming up and probably spooking the shorts a little bit and bringing some buyers in. But on today's situation, I see a couple things I like. I see that it reclaimed this declining 5-day moving average and has been holding there for an hour and a half. And by doing so, it did it by way of coming up the old 10-period moving average. First test kind of held right there. So that little area is a nice little pocket. Like to see that hold that pocket. And of course, that would certainly help me in my position over there in Ride, perhaps. What are some of those other names doing? Well, of course, Tesla. Still a bit under pressure, but nothing horrible. FUV was one that was interesting. Look at that one's dancing off the 200-day there as well. Solo. I know there's some other ones I can't think of at the moment. All right, as you want us to look at Bowen, another beautiful example on the intraday chart here, riding the momentum line, proving that momentum is going into lunchtime fully intact. What's our relative volume? Looks really good as well. 2 times normal relative volume. I mean, this is the kind of thing where, guys, if you're in this, let's just walk back in the time machine. All right, you bought this opening range breakout. Sweet, you're in the money. All right, it's moving for you. When do I take profits on this? Well, where's the 10-period moving average? Not anywhere close. Stay with it. I'm looking to take profits. I really want to take profits. I guess you could take some off the table if you really had to, a third, just to satisfy those demons. Maybe you probably would have done so right there, but you want to keep 2/3 on the table and see what happens when this moving average comes up to meet the price. Price is starting to go sideways. Okay, this is going to be the definitive test here this morning for everybody that was in BWEN at that moment. Don't get out until the price closes below that rising 10 SMA. Doesn't look like it wants to do it. Boy, am I glad I stayed in and didn't get out, because that's the way I manage my intraday 15-minute chart. Usually when I'm in profit-taking mode, trying to decide how long can I squeeze this thing and let it move in my favor. Here might be an excellent point to come back and look at the daily chart, look left and say, oh, wow, there's a lot of congestion there. Maybe I take that second 2/3 off right here. And maybe I trail that final 1/3 doing the same thing as I did here. And that could keep you all the way into the trade tomorrow, perhaps. I would even give it a little bit of benefit of the doubt at the close. A lot of times this moving average price will break this moving average in the final hour of the day, just as things settle up. So I find this moving average works really well in the first 3.5 hours of each day. Okay, so Avery, many of the small cap charts look the same over the last 6 months. Would you mind commenting? Yes. If you want to give me some names, I mean, like we're looking at a lot of these electric vehicle plays right here. I mean, here's a comment I have. So, as I said, once these things post a closing price under a key moving average, in this case, it was all the way back here. There's your first real ugly closing price under these key moving averages. You know, these were close, but oof, under the 50-day moving average. There's your first close under the 50-day moving average. If you had used these kind of as warning signs and gotten out, not gotten married, that's one of the first mistakes most new traders do, is they just get focused on the PR, the fundamentals, the model, the hype, whatever you want to call it, and they forget to look at the footprints and the sand of what the chart is telling them. And so a lot of times, that's why I use that closing candle under a key moving average is my early warning system to quietly get up out of my seat and head for the exit door before the fire in the movie theater is really figured out. And that's what happened subsequently. So you could probably give me a ton of different names, and I would tell you that there's a point in time in which they didn't work. You know, I use an example of two charts that were given to me, and I only bought one of them. I'm not a penny stock player, but you know, HQGE was a stock a lot of people were excited about back here. Well, I noticed that once it closed below these moving averages here, it could never get back above its 10 period. And then once it closed on this day under its 20, all bets are off, and it just hasn't looked good since. Well, the other one is LTNC, bought back here, and it never closed below its 20-day moving average for the most part, and it's been an interesting ride over there. As far as the IWM in general, that's what the ETF looks like. But you know, again, I can go through some of these EV names. We looked at Solo. We could look at FUV and say, boy, you know, if you want to use that 20-day moving average as your backstop, getting out in the 25s was a lot better than getting out down here in the teens on that one. You could even go back to the one that I just bought into, Ride. And, you know, this moving average right here was just pretty much the death nail, closing under the 50. It just never really looked back. You know, I would have been out by something like that. I think I was actually in this thing back then. So I think the answer to your question, Avery, is don't get married to these small caps. It's so easy to get caught up in the hype, the hysteria, the business model, the potential, the PR. But for me, in the end, it always comes down to the chart. What I've been telling a lot of traders in the Discord room I participate in is that for me, the chart must confirm the story. That's why I never got into some of those ones that I saw, but I did get into LTNC. I like that entry, and no real reason to get out yet. It's very true with those small caps because they typically run on hype and PR and hope. But when it all comes down to it, the footprints in the sand tell you the real story. And so the better you can get at reading the chart, and especially learning the early warning signs and using them to your advantage and getting out soon, is a good thing. Stan does a very good job in promoting LTNC, that's for sure. But I'll give Stan this. Stan's not your typical promoter. He literally, and I know for a fact, he literally does have skin in the game, and he is full in on that thing. So it's been an interesting, very interesting thing to watch. It's not my Discord. I can't share it, Razak. Sorry. It's just somebody that I go and I help contribute to. I don't have an invitation link for that. But you'll see them talking about it on the LTNC threads. You know, Sharmila is a good affiliate of Trade Ideas, and so I try to help her out with her group. Okay, so yeah, AQMS, married. Let's take a look at AQMS. Are you married? That's a good name for like a webinar segment. Are you married? AQMS, are you married? Well, if you held AQMS when it broke down here, you're a hoper. And if you had looked at that and said, gee, you know, here at roughly, what is that, 550 or something, I'm going to take it. Let's use the actual scroll wheel and play that game. Okay, so you're like, whoa, that was close. I'm going to stay in this thing here. That was close enough. Let's see if that close can hold above the 20-day moving average. Well, the very next day did, and then the next day didn't. And so if you got out on this day right there, because that is the candle in which all of this no longer made sense. Okay, I call the 10 period the momentum line, and I call the red line 20-day moving average. I call that the backstop. Sometimes the backstop comes into play and works and keeps us in the game. The backstop was being threatened that day. The backstop gave us no indication on this day. This was the day the backstop failed us. And had you heeded that warning and said, well, I guess I better just say the tea leaves are showing me something different than what I think is going to happen, you've saved yourself a lot of headache and 3 or 4 weeks of opportunity to look at something else, because as you can see now, this price has had really no interest in getting back above the 10 or the 20-day. It's flipped on us. It's actually the other side of the mountain now. So until we get back above and close above, it's under pressure. I never looked at PLTR for Philip. Okay, PLTR. Very much under pressure. Same thing as what I was just going to say in AQMS. Not going to get my attention until we get prices that close back above the 10 and 20. And then for that matter, this flat line 50-day moving average is ominous. That is a giant wall of pressure and headwind. So very much guilty until proven innocent over here in this one. And these are the ones where you can get caught up in saying, well, geez, when is the market going to figure out what I know that the stock is going to be a good one? Well, the markets can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. And so sometimes you got to just rip the Band-Aid off and say, hey, you know what? I'll just put an alert in this thing. I'm going to forget about it for a while. We're going to take a break. We're going to break up for a little while, and we're going to date other people. And then if this price breaks, I'm going to get an alert. Well, then maybe we'll, have coffee and we'll sit down and catch up and see where we are again. So that's how I approach these. And that was one of the hardest things for me to overcome as a new trader, because I got really caught up in some of these stories. And the charts would initially work and then they broke and I wouldn't heed the warning. And I'm just, using mental capital, and where I could be applying that mental capital to other good-looking trades. Avery, what length of time do you use for moving averages? So on my intraday chart, I'm using a 15-minute chart. That's my time frame, and I'm using a 10-period moving average. This blue line is what I use. It's a 130 candle average, and that equates to a perfect 5-day moving average. So I see a lot of things that start to show up on the 5-day, but my main go-to momentum line is the 10-period moving average on a simple 15-minute chart. And then over here on the daily, I've got a 10, a 20, a 50, and a 200. The 200 we saw coming into play in some of those electric vehicle names. How many days are considered as a marriage? Every day, using FUV as an example, every day after that day right there, I would consider that being married. You're just waiting for things to change and wondering when the market is going to come back to your way of thinking. All right, guys, I'm just about talked out here. I'm going to let Barry know that I'm going to come back in. Not really much time to elaborate on new things, so I will see all of you either this afternoon for my other webinar or next Tuesday for this one. And I'm going to go grab a drink of water. So let me let Barry know that it's his turn to come back in. Yes, don't get married to those stocks. I did it, and it cost me, but then I learned. Just pay attention to what the chart and the footprints in the sand are telling us. All right, Barry says he's starting now, so I'll give him a few second head start, and I'll say goodbye to you guys and see you all next time.
That's not a layout, right? That's just a scan, the one scan. Be crazy if what you gave to me works for me, and then I give it back to you, and then it starts to work for you. That would be pretty crazy, but you never know. Here could be an interesting one. The ARCUS, RCUS, look what it's done. It got right into the area of the 200-day moving average. 2692, it's right there, okay? And let's see if it can, crash right through that. I mean, that's pretty interesting, I think, anyway. Now, it's going to do one of two things. It's not going to sit there for the rest of the day. So it's either going to break down through it or it's going to bounce off it. Absolutely, SP. I've got one. I've got one. So yeah, a momentum scanner. Absolutely. One of the scans that I share a lot of scans, and one of the scans is momentum up, momentum up, momentum down, momentum down. So absolutely. Okay, well then Vikram, what I would do is get rid of your link and use the one that you sent to me and I sent back to you. Rather than our trying to figure out like why it happened. Yeah, so I don't know, James, if you've watched the video. I mean, that is covered in the video, but I will show you quickly. Okay, but it is definitely in the video how to do something like that. But yeah, I mean, with anything, so position sizing based on stop loss and dollars. Okay, it's right there, $100. Okay, so I mean, you just have to go into the strategy, enter, edit, re-enter, long. Sorry, not re-enter. Sorry, just edit the longs trading strategy, and then position sizing. You put $100 right there as an example. Okay. Now, if you're talking auto trading, again, you've heard me say it many times. Don't agree with auto trading. So unless you have practice in the simulator to see how it would work, do not do it. Okay, I command you not to do it, James. Okay, unless you've practiced, you can turn all the strategies on. You can do what I just did. Go to each strategy and make the change. And then turn the strategies on and click on the simulator and see how it works. Yeah, I mean, you could do some great or some quick math if you're capable of doing the quick math. I wouldn't get so hung up on not being able to get in exactly the same price as the AI, but you're presented with the entry, you're presented with the stop, subtract the two, and divide that number into say 100, and that'll share size you if you're risking $100 a trade. Well, history, no. No, history, no. I'll duplicate it. I think if you're trying to, yeah, no. Yeah, so if that's where you were in history, no, you can't do that. Now, if you want to do a history and only see the symbol once, is that what you want? So sort of a don't repeat? Ah, okay. Okay. All right. See if I can remember how to do that. There is a way to do it. Let me duplicate this window so I don't, haven't done this for a while. There is a way to do it though. Give me a moment. Ah, it's too many alerts, maybe. Ah, okay. Now, see what happened? Like magic, right? Look at MNPR, guys. MNPR accelerating. Just like magic. I was right on the screen. So this is what you can do. So if you want to do a history and you only want to see the symbol the first time, duplicate the window, like I did. Duplicate the window. And then do that sort. That's where that sort comes in. Their properties, view mode, and group and sort by. Okay? Now, if you say okay, and then you do a history today, you're going to see all the symbols to start, and then eventually you won't. Okay? Did you get that? Or did I go too quickly? And you'll see and then you can of course sort it on time if you want. Okay, no problem. So just duplicate the window because you probably don't want to, I mean, you can do it within the window if you want at the end of the day, if that's what you want to do. But I don't want to do that. So I duplicated the window. Again, you don't have to. So once you duplicate the window, then right click, go to the properties, and then it's in this view mode. And then select the group and sort by. Okay, you don't have to do anything here if you don't want to. You can just say okay. Now when you do your history today, at the beginning you will see all the symbols repeating, but then then it won't. Okay. Did you get that, or should I do it one more time? The trick is going into that view mode. Okay, that's the trick, the view mode and the group and sort by. Man, MNPR, I mean, this really, it's a little surprising. I mean, it is just really ripping here now. It is halted, of course. You might have to. You might have to. I don't know what you mean by your first alerts are late. I mean, I duplicated the window. Okay, I think I know what you mean. No, I don't know what you mean. So if I sort on time, here are my first alerts. Here are the first alerts I had today. Okay. Now, what might have happened is it may not have. Yeah. So I think what happened here. So there's a codex. Where did the codex happen? See yeah. Okay. I see what's happening. It's combining the two. Okay. But I'm seeing all the alerts in here. I mean, I do see every single alert. MNPR guys just opened. So is that 6:40 Pacific time, or I guess that must be Pacific time? It's possible a filter though prevented it from coming in. Ooh. The only thing I can think of is when you do this sort view mode, group by, um, maybe do it on time instead of sort symbol. Click on time. You know, I haven't done this for so long. Instead of symbol, it should work both ways. I wish this one would just go away. Hall of Fame. So maybe sort on time instead of symbol. See what happens. All right, guys. Well, I don't know how to help you then. Is that the only one? I mean, is it a major deal? I mean, I don't know exactly how I can help you. Well, this is an interesting one, guys. The ASO it's an earnings play. Look at all the highs right there, 2661 or so. It's just below on the 15-minute chart. Did get up to 27. So, I mean, if this can take this out, this area here, it may resume. It's an earnings play, so it's going to be active. Yeah, play around, okay? I mean, it should have worked. I mean, all I can say is it should have worked. I just showed you mine, and it worked on the basic new highs and lows that I've got. In fact, let me just do it here. I don't like to do this, but I'll do it just for you. You see, now it just... Well, guys, it just sort of popped up. That ASO just kind of popped up here. Listen, Vikram, I was just happy I could remember. I don't think I've done that for 5 years. That I could even remember where to start to do that. So, yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made. I guess if it took out 25.49 or so, that it could start to fill in this area. I'm a terrible dip buyer though. But I mean, if you told me I have to take this trade, figure out which way if it took out that 25.50, there's the highs right there in the 2 minute. Maybe. Oh, I see. You're looking for it to track down on further weakness. Oh, okay. Well, look at this. As we're speaking, there it goes. I mean, remember what it did yesterday. I'm not saying it's doing exactly the same, but, it had the nice pop, kind of like this. This was more continuous. This was more dramatic in a shorter period of time, and then it started to fall. And maybe this will start to fall again. The VWAP is 24.95, so yeah, 24.95. Yeah, you can almost see right there. 25.16 looks like there could be some decent support. Those are the bottoms of all those 15-minute candles. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row, right at that area. Takes that out, of course, then 25, and then as Real was talking about, the VWAP. You might want to keep an eye on VTSI. VTSI, it might be getting poised again to make another little break. I mean, it's been choppy. Look at the 15-minute chart, but I mean, you know, right here, 928. What did it get up to? 961. The high is 970, and there it goes down. Okay. Forgot about it. And now look at this. No strong stocks up, no weak stocks down. Very strange day. That are meeting, you know, the filter requirements. All right, I know you guys are looking at Vizio, VZIO, just popped up, red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart. I know you're looking at that reel. And it is shortable, yes. This is an IPO from last week. Oh, that's right, this is the IPO from last week. Yeah, it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Bit of a tough spread, about 16 to 20 cents, depending when we're looking at it. That's for you, William. VZIO, VZIO. Yeah, that might be a good thing. There are 80,000 at IB, so not a huge number, but well, we'll see if that was a good thing. There's a little bottoming tail. Let's see. I mean, at some point, it's going to be a short, of course. All-time high now. Of course, it's only recent IPO from last week. All right, guys, I will be right back. Yeah, this has been a pretty strong one all day, this LNTH. I thought I was looking at it as a short possibility right around here, but it has been pretty strong all day. Not huge volume. It's not a low float, but it's a big move. So Lantheus buys the rights to fibroblast activation protein targeting. So that was the news for this one, LNTH, this morning. And this has kept it pretty strong all day, LNTH. Yeah, we have the news there, okay. Yeah, boy, how ugly is this SLGG? I mean, look at this chart though. Yeah, it is popping up now, but it is ugly. So maybe ripe for a short. It is shortable. Showing up on real scan, it is shortable. Might struggle to get through that whole number of 8. Bit of a spread issue. 7 cents for a $7 stock. It's a little 5 cents now, 4 cents now. Yeah, is it really? What's your max then in your short float scan? What is your max? That's 54 million. So what is your max? Not really, Isaac. No. I mean, we have a spread filter, but no. When times are slow, just don't do anything. That's you know, that's my whole thing, guys. I mean, I'm not just talking to you, Isaac, but I mean, when times are slow, I know we all tend to try to do it, try to manufacture something to trade. Just wait for a setup that looks good. If nothing happens, move on to the next day. But no, to do what you're trying to do, no. So JB, again, what is your max for your float? Must be obviously over 50 million or 60 million. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just curious. There we go. The rule is when the market slows down, you slow down. Coming from real in the room, okay? Yeah, I mean, listen. Not every day is going to be a blockbuster. Now, usually in the first hour, there's some decent opportunities, but sometimes it just dries up and just Again, don't try to manufacture trades. Remember, there was a guy who once expressed it in this fashion. There are maybe 4 or 5 days out of the 21 to 22 trading days a month that are, really good. The others, you can be kind of, slugging it out every day. So the trick is, the goal is, of course, on those 4 or 5 days, is to try to make the most you can of them. I mean, I think things have changed. I used to know a guy who would not trade Mondays or Fridays, and not because he wanted them off. But those, that's quite a few years ago. I think things have changed dramatically, of course, with algo trading and, it's computer trade, the whole bit. I mean, it's really changed. So I don't agree with that anymore. But hey, listen, I remember last Friday was a spectacular day. And, but some people might say, oh, Fridays are always slow. Not the case. I find today is slow. And why? Look at the SPY. Again, doesn't mean there are not some, something to trade, but, look at the SPY. Look at the 15 chop, a little up, down, basing. There's no real trend, either up or down. But it's true. It is true. I mean, even on the slowest of slow days, yeah, we can usually find some stuff to trade. Oh, this could be interesting for, let's see, yeah, it is shortable. The CYTH, now I don't know, it might be too late. Okay, guys, here's another one, HPR from Real Scan. Look at this pop. Not shortable. Not shortable for me, but doesn't mean it's not shortable for others. HPR, what a move. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Just gonna get some water. So GBR and HPR, don't they kind of trade in tandem? I mean, they are now. Glad to hear that, Isaac. Well, so far, a good thing there were no shorts available for HBR. Boy, this is really ripping. Both GBR and HBR, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I wonder if there's, I don't see any specific news. I mean, I know Real trades more than I do, but even if I weren't moderating a room, I would not be trading that much. You know, I was only maybe 4 or 5 trades a day. Now, granted, I wasn't trading the whole day. I'm hearing Real's voice in my head. Keep in the sluggo trade. Keep in the sluggo trade. Well, good thing there were no shorts available for HPR early. Anyway, this is just ripping here. What's the spread? Now, there you go. 2.2 million in the spread, in the float. Next high looking left is 743. I don't see any specific news on it. I'm not going to see any here. I don't see anything from Interactive Brokers. Well, if you have Interactive Brokers, you just have to, right underneath the order entry. I mean, I can't speak for other brokerage platforms, but you just look underneath the order entry, the symbol, and it says shortable. So it tells you immediately if it's shortable, and you just hover over it, and a box pops up, and it tells you how many shorts are available. That's it. I'm only talking for Interactive Brokers. Other brokers will have something similar. Has to be a way to see how many shorts are available. Well, but it's not today, is it? I don't see that headline. I mean, I know that's been in the news for quite a while, but I don't see the headline today on that. That's on the 29th. Well, that was yesterday, but that was in the morning. So maybe now it's been resolved. I don't know. Oh, you have a headline there today? Okay. Well, I guess that's the answer. And now it's just been halted. Okay, don't yell at me, real, but I did cover some of the sluggo. I didn't think it was going to really capitulate, so. Yeah. And you know, that is typically what I do. I'll always take some out, and then, yeah, I mean, if it pops up on me, then I know I've made some money. I can always move on. I mean, here's the fantasy area right down here, 730. Just don't know if it'll make it. I mean, it got right to the low there, 750, 760. What mode am I in? Mosaic? Is that what you mean? Mosaic? I love the questions I get about IB. I mean, I pay so little attention to what the platform itself. All right, guys. So today is hey, it's Tuesday. So you know what that means? 2 o'clock marketing meeting. Again, guys, this is the type of day it's been. Only one alert from the option scanner today. Only one alert. And that was fairly early, 10 o'clock. Since then, nothing. That will be the definition of a slow day. Yeah, 717, 718. So really nothing. I see no pop from where it was halted. I see 717, 718. Ooh, we may be getting another little leg down for Sluggo. You must have changed the filter then. You must have changed something because, yeah, you must have changed something. Maybe you took out the number of alerts or something? Oh, wait a minute though. Yeah, you've got a, no, what you've done is, which is fine. What you've done is increase the price range. Okay, that's why. Remember, mine is only up to 25, I think, $25, $20, $25. So I like the VIPS is 30. So that's the reason. That's fine. I just have it at 25. Meanwhile, HPR resumed. Wow. Yeah, I mean well, the sluggo. This is what I was looking at before. That little area right about there. So let's see if it. This would be again the fantasy area it could get down to. There's the bottom of that 15-minute candle. I don't know if you've noticed this, Real, but some of these alerts we're getting from your scan, they can be really spready to start. Boy, this Hall of Fame is just getting trashed now. What's the low yesterday? I mean, it had a big day yesterday. Remember, it had a big run at the end of the day. Just so choppy, these. I guess it's the effective merger between BCEI and HPR. It's been in the works, it seems like, for months. Meanwhile, Sluggo. Oops. All right. Well, maybe. Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll get down to this little area here, 740. Give it a big down arrow. Down. Oops. Boy, I'm not an artist, that's for sure. Yikes. Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, right at the top. See, I know we have difference, but this is what I see also. I'm using a 30-minute chart, and that's on TradingView. Yes, it did. It did lose all its morning gains. Okay, you're going to hear me nag, 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 but look at this. So here was the alert for the AI at 46.18. What did it get up to at one? And it was choppy, but without the chop, kind of up to 48.08. So a couple of dollars, right? Notice this. The AI is still in the trade with its algorithm. It's terrible. You cannot, and now it's moving down. When I say terrible, I mean, that's why we're always saying, manage the exits on your own. You can't let that happen. 46.18 gets up, $2, and then let it slide almost right back to where you got into it. Okay, HPR halted on the way down now. All right, this is getting more and more interesting now for the sluggo. Right here, 745. Yeah, I mean, I said this earlier. I mean, if you can kind of feel sorry, not that I feel sorry for a Viacom specifically, but you got to kind of feel sorry for them, you know, having been caught up in that liquidation. I mean, it's not like, you know, when if you didn't know that, you think, oh my gosh, it must be just some terrible news for Viacom. But it's not. That's not the issue at all. It's I mean it's terrible news because of the fund having to liquidate, spreading out to other. You know, I mean, this is probably a very widely held stock. Not probably, I'm sure it is. Exactly, my trades. I mean, so there's nothing company-wise. For all these reasons, this was going up. Well, torps. I mean, there are some algorithms that are usually. I mean, it didn't kick in this case. That's all I can say. You know, we do see algorithms that do kick in. You know, so if a stock started to move down, it would say, you know what, we're not going to let it move down anymore, and kicks in. But you know, I don't make those algorithms, but we do see it. Yes. I mean, when you say, yeah, when we say doesn't work all the time, it doesn't work the way maybe we would like to see it. The algorithm is always working, but whatever filters, etc., are in place, for whatever reason, it is just not kicking in with that one. But that's why I always say, who cares, right? Manage the excess on your own, like you're a trader. Well, I think so. Yeah, that's at Archegos. Is that how you pronounce? It's probably butchering it, but yeah, I think the whole fund went under. So they had to liquidate. You know, the Viacom. They had positions in Viacom and TME. Some of the China. It's a China fund, but it had DISCA, DISCA. No, I don't use the RBI scans. I don't like them. They don't have enough filters for me, so I just don't use them. Well, I can try. The only problem is, I'm going to be in a meeting for I don't know, maybe half an hour or so. But you know, I can try, or you can ask the room, see if somebody else can help you. But I can certainly try. Depends what the question is. But again, I have to head off to a meeting in about 3 or 4 minutes. But that you're in the right place though. Hopefully, I can help you. Just come a little bit earlier. That's easy. That's easy. We have, if you right click, configure, search on an alert window or a top list window. Okay, so I just quickly do this. Right click, configure, search. Type in consecutive. Oops, if I spell it right, consecutive. And here you go. So what do you want? Two, okay, so the last two, here you go. Consecutive candles, 5 minutes. Add the filter, 2. Now, if you want it exactly, you put 2 in both, but I mean, you might be very limited. But you can put 2 right there, and so it'll be a minimum of a 2. If you want if it has to be only 2, then put 2 in both the min and the max. No, the count doesn't work in the top lists. Yeah, in Rothable, that filter does not work in top lists. Okay, in did that hopefully quickly answer your question? Right click, configure, search, and then just type in consecutive, and we have the different time frames. All right, guys, I have to bid you adieu. I'm going to put myself on mute, and I'll be having to watch that sluggo while I'm in this meeting. So I'm just going to okay, so I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys. Sorry about that. That was a very long meeting, and I was just back in time to shut down the room. I did see that VVPR did come in at the end, 10.99. Let's see what it did. Not that much, up to 11.32. All right, everybody. I think I'll wrap it up right now. Thanks a lot for all the help. Let me just get the script in correct. Referring to tomorrow when I'll open up the room. Okay. Isaac, no, not exactly. I mean, you can detect stocks that are obviously below the VWAP, but as far as slowly consolidating upward into power hour, I mean, you can see stocks that are very close to the VWAP and see if they start moving up. That's all I can really suggest. All right, guys, I want to shut this down now. I do have a couple of things I have to do, so have a great evening, everybody. And just a minute, let me get the script in correctly. Have a great evening, everybody. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, and hope to see you then. It didn't copy. Just a minute. There we are. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Bye-bye.